election. Notice of this hearing on Thursday, April 18, 2024 at 9 a.m. has been provided as required by law. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Present.
Dr. Malden? Present. Ms. Lamley?
Present. We have 3 members present, which is sufficient for a quorum. At this time, I will turn it over to Secretary Zerich for introductions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, our chair is Heather Mayhew Klein. I am the Secretary, Paul Zerich. We also have in attendance the other members of the board, Dr. Tim Malden, who is the Vice Chair, and Ms. Mignon Langley, who is a board member. Behind them is Jerry Buchanan, the alternate member who may act as a board member in place of either Ms. Langley or Ms. Klein if necessary. Also Debbie Thompson, an alternate member who may act as a member of the board in Dr. Malden's place if necessary. We also have with us Deputy Attorney General Nikki Batt and Assistant Attorney General Bailey Warren, who are acting today as legal counsel to the State Election Board. To my left, Rusty Clark, the Assistant Secretary of the State Election Board. Also Rachel Rogers, who's our Director of Policy and Legal Affairs and our in-house legal counsel. Garris Dennis is the clerk of the board. Kelly Stanbaugh and Alvin Mills are broadcast technicians. This is being streamed live on YouTube today. The court reporter today is Teresa White of Legalese Reporting. Any party who wishes to obtain a transcript of today's proceedings should contact the court reporter for information about how to obtain one.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you to everybody who has put in time and effort in preparing everything for today. At this time, I would ask the State Election Board's legal counsel, Rachel Rogers, to certify for the board that this meeting is in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. Counsel, you are recognized.
Yes, the notice was properly filed, and the agenda has been posted as required by law.
All right, Assistant Attorney General, do you have anything for the board at this time?
Not at this time.
Ms. Rogers, anything further? Mr. Secretary? All right, at this time, we will move on to agenda item number 4, which is docket call. The first matter, excuse me, what we're going to do is we're going to call, we have 2 contests here today. We will call both contests. I will ask that the petitioner and the contest team make their appearances. If they have counsel, we'll ask for the counsel to enter an appearance. I'll ask for number of witnesses, number of exhibits, and anticipated time that you will need to present your case in chief. So the first cause on the docket today is in the matter of the contest of candidacy, excuse me, of Carter Davis Rogers for the office of State Representative, District 37, Latrell versus Rogers, cause number 202401. Please make your appearances.
AJ Ferrari on behalf of the petitioner, Mr. Ken Latrell. Mr. Latrell is present in the courtroom as well.
Carter Davis Rogers.
Carter Davis Rogers, CarterRogers, and I do have my cashier's check for the board, if I can present that now.
Yes, you may present it now. Did you file a response?
No, I did not.
Bring in Secretary.
Thank you. All right, please let the record reflect that Mr. Rogers has presented the Mr. Secretary of the State Election Board a cashier's check in the amount of $250 as required by law. All right, Mr. Ferrari, how many witnesses do you have?
Madam Chair, I have 2 listed on my witness list. That may depend, but there will be no more than 2. And then as far as exhibits, I have exhibits listed A through G on the exhibit list I provided to the board on Tuesday. I don't know if I will use them all or not, but I don't intend for there to be any others beyond that.
Thank you. And what is your anticipated time to present your case in chief?
I'd like to think under an hour and a half, probably under an hour, but I don't know that for sure.
I practice law too, and I understand that pitfalls of that question. Thank you. Mr. Rogers, do you have any exhibits that you intend to offer today?
I do have 6, if I may.
Thank you.
present
Have you
those.
presented those to the board?
I have not, no.
Okay, if you would bring those up, please. Do you have copies?
I do, yes. I
How
have
many
8
copies do you have of each?
8.
8?
Yes.
And
Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I just want to highlight, I don't know what you're receiving. I haven't seen any of
Do you
that.
have copies for council?
I can give them copies, yes.
So, Mr. Pryor, we will not look at those until they're presented in open court and, or open session and admitted, so we just want to have copies so we're not shuffling paper all day.
Understood.
If we just
Provide
want
those
to-
to council.
That's okay. If we just leave them here, and then when it's time, we can distribute them for you.
Awesome.
And
Thank you so much.
Mr. Friday needs a copy now, but we can. Sure.
And is it, the ones you have paper clipped, is that how it needs to go to him?
So, yeah, these are individual copies. So, like this is one.
So that's one
proposed-
with
yes.
6, one with...
Yes, so each paper clip is a different.
I'll get it ready for him.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
perfect.
We'll have, Mr. Friday, we'll have that for you.
Thank you.
Okay. And how many witnesses do you anticipate to call, Mr. Rogers?
Just 2.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, any further administrative matters that we need to take up prior to presenting the case or the cause? All right, Mr. Rogers?
I would actually like to object to the admittance of exhibits E and G, which Mr. Ferrati submitted on April the 16th digitally. I did not receive copies of those pieces of evidence, and they were actually received digitally by the board at 5:04 p.m., which your own statutes say must be received before 5 p.m. on April the 16th. So just wanted to highlight that for the board.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let's do this. Let's wait until we get to the point that Mr. Ferrati, if he offers that evidence, and then we will take your objection up at that time.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further before we begin? All right, at this time, I will allow a short opening statement. If either side wishes to make, oh, yep, sorry. I need to move to the second docket in the same thing. So, Mr. Ferrati, are you representing the second petitioner as well?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm representing Mr. Kenneth Blevins. Or, I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr. Clay Stairs. That's the wrong name.
Let me officially make the call. This is a docket call for the matter of the contest of candidacy of Kenneth Blevins for the office of State Representative, District 66. Stairs versus Blevins, cause number 202402. Is the contestee present? Okay. Will you step up here, please? Mr. Rogers, do you mind stepping back so we can do the docket call for this next? I'm just going to ask you the same questions that I asked on the first cause. So if we could have the petitioner, again, Mr. Ferrati, enter your appearance on behalf of the petitioner for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A.J. Ferrati, entering my appearance as I did by filing for Mr. Clay Stairs as the petitioner in this case.
And Mr. Stairs is present.
Mr. Stairs is present, yes.
And likewise, your Mr. Latrell is present as well.
Mr. Latrell is now sitting next to me, but they're both here.
Thank you. All right, and for the respondent,
Kev Blevins. My name is Chris Powell. I am the chairman of the Oklahoma Libertarian Party, and I'm seeking to assist Mr. Blevins in this matter. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know what, I'm not entirely clear as to how much I may participate in this, but obviously, as the head of the party that Mr. Blevins is part of, we have an interest in this case.
okay. So are you representing yourself pro se then, Mr. Blevins?
Yes, so,
Well, he's not an attorney, so he cannot represent you in a legal capacity.
yes, I'm representing.
Okay. All right, so, Assistant Attorney General Batt, do you have any comments?
Pursuant to the Administrative Procedures Act, an individual does have to be licensed attorney with the state of Oklahoma to represent, unless there is a rule otherwise. I'm not aware of any such rule as it pertains to the state election board.
Could you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. So with that being said, I'm going to heed the advice of legal counsel, Assistant Attorney General, so you will not be allowed to participate. If you wish to sit beside him, I'm good with that, but as far as addressing the board, asking questions, any sort of interaction like that, we will not allow that today. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Blevins, do you have a cashier's check for us today?
I do.
Did you file a response?
I did not.
That's okay. Will you present your cashier's check, please, to the secretary?
Madam Chair, the cashier's check is sufficient to attend and answer.
All right, so please let the record reflect that Mr. Blevins has presented a cashier's check for $250. He has not filed a response. Do you have proof of service on either of your cases, Mr. Friday?
Madam Chair, I have in the Rogers matter, the Latrell matter, I do have a completed and verified certificate of service. In the Blevins matter, I have a certificate and the packet that the sheriff tried to serve both at his home and at his workplace. And they have signed appropriately that service should be made today. But more importantly, he is present, so he has actual votes as well.
Will you present both of those
I will.
to the secretary, please? Ms. Babb, having had the opportunity to review both of those service documents, what is your opinion as to whether service has been accomplished sufficient to proceed with the two causes here today?
Pursuant to the rules or the statutes as it pertains to service, the petitioner is required to attempt to achieve service via the sheriff within 24 hours. If the sheriff is unable to achieve service, then service shall be made on the Secretary of the Election Board. In addition to that, Mr. Blevins is present today. Mr. Blevins, are you prepared? Have you reviewed the documents and are you prepared to proceed today?
Yes.
Based upon the statutes and the process today, coupled with the fact that Mr. Blevins is present and prepared to proceed, I think that service is sufficient.
And do you have an opinion as to service in the first cause, Latrell versus Rogers?
That was then it was sufficient.
Okay. So the Assistant Attorney General or the Vice Deputy Attorney General has stated that both services are sufficient for the purposes of proceeding today. Mr. Ferrari, did you give me a time for your second cause, how long you anticipate it would take?
Madam Chair, we haven't discussed that at this point. I have 2 witnesses listed on my witness list. I intend to only provide one of those. And as far as the exhibit list, I provided exhibits A, B, and C. I believe that working through exhibits B and C jointly may take some time, depending on what the board actually wants us to do and how thorough you want us to be. But I would estimate perhaps about an hour and a half, depending on how long you want to walk through the exhibits.
Thank you. Mr. Blevins, do you have any witnesses other than yourself?
Secretary Paul's there.
You plan to call the secretary?
Yes. If that's reasonable.
Okay, well, if and when we get there, we will address that. Is there any Other witnesses other than yourself that you intend to call? No? She's trying to take everybody down, so when you do have an audible answer, please. No, okay. And how many exhibits do you anticipate offering?
3. And again, Madam Chair, I have not seen these exhibits, and so it may take me some time to take a look at them.
What we will do after we finish the docket call, we will take a brief recess, 5 to 10 minutes, to allow you to look over, since you're getting 2 sets of exhibits that you haven't seen, and then we will resume and start with the first cause. Mr. Blevins, how long do you anticipate it will take to present your side?
I do not know.
What's your best guess?
An hour.
An hour? Okay, thank you. All right, and Mr. Rogers, if you would stand, please. I forgot to ask you, how long do you anticipate that to present your case will take?
I would say no longer than 45 minutes.
Thank you. All right, did you present your exhibits to council? Do you have to?
Oh, no,
I'll say what you want.
Not on Mr. Blevins.
Yeah, how many copies do you have of your exhibits?
6.
6, okay. All right, any other preliminary matters before I announce the order we're going to take the causes in?
Madam Chair, just very quickly, I'm looking at the exhibits I received from Mr. Rogers already. I want to highlight that he has proprietary or secret information. He has a social security number on here. I don't. So I just wanted to highlight that for the board from a redaction point of view.
Okay. Yes. Ms. Rogers left. So what we will do, we're going to take a short break. What we will do is we're going to give you the exhibits and copies back, Mr. Rogers, and allow you to redact with a Sharpie the social security numbers and any other personal identification information that is contained in your exhibits. Okay?
Sure.
Is it Mr. Rogers or Mr. Blevins?
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, okay. Because we don't want to publish that information.
Yeah, sure, and I wasn't sure if that was something that you all would do as a board after it was reflected.
So, Ms. Rogers, there are some personal identification information that social, did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take care of that. All right. Any other preliminary matters? All right, if not, we will take a short recess to allow Mr. Ferrati to review exhibits, to get information redacted that needs to be redacted. When we come back, we will start with the first cause, which is the Latrell versus Rogers, cause number 2024-01. It has been estimated to take 2.5 hours. If that is true, that will take the bulk of the morning, and then we would start this afternoon with our second cause, Stairs versus Blevins. However, I would caution for the second, Mr. Blevins, I would caution you not to leave, because if by chance the first cause goes quicker than anticipated, we will take up the matter immediately following the completion of that matter. All right, at this time, I will entertain a motion to recess for 10 minutes. Dr. Baldwin.
Madam Chair, I move we recess for 10 minutes.
Do I have a second?
Madam Chairman, I second.
Will the clerk call the roll? Or, excuse me, we have duly made a motion for a 10-minute recess. It has been seconded. Will the clerk call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Yeah, aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
We are in recess, 10 minutes. time, I will take a motion to move back into reconvene into session.
Madam Chairman, I move we reconvene into session.
We have a motion to reconvene. Is there a second? Dr. Walden is seconding. We have a motion to reconvene, and it has been seconded. Will the clerk call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
The motion carries 3-0. All right, at this time, I'd just like to remind everybody that we are live streaming on YouTube. The live stream proceedings can be found at https://oklahoma.gov/media/livestream.html. And with that in mind, anyone who is speaking will need to speak into the microphone so that the viewing audience can hear what is being said. That goes for council, it goes for members of the board, for the secretary, for anyone who would be speaking during these proceedings. All right, Mr. Ferrati, have you had the opportunity to review exhibits for the first cause that you were provided today?
Madam Chair, I didn't have the opportunity to review them. I don't have any material concern about the actual exhibits, other than the deadline of the board was to provide all exhibits by 5 p.m. on Tuesday, and they're just being provided today. That would be my only objection to the exhibits. I don't have any, if the board rules that we're going to let them in, I don't have any issue with them. And to make clear, all of my exhibits were provided at 3:15 to the board on Tuesday in person.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrati. Vice Deputy Attorney General Batt, do you have any legal opinion?
This proceeding is governed by...
Microphone, please.
So this proceeding is governed by the Administrative Procedures Act. Most important portion of any hearing governed by the Administrative Procedures Act is the opportunity for each side to present evidence and be heard on all issues as noticed. And so at this time, I recommend that the board consider, to the extent that they're relevant, exhibits from both sides.
Thank you, counsel. And with that, Mr. Ferrati, what we will do is we will entertain objections. We will allow him to present exhibits in his case in chief if he so chooses, and we will address any objections at that time. All right. As far as the contest hearing procedure, the way it will proceed is that the petitioner may make a brief opening statement if you wish to, followed by the contestee. If you wish, either of you or both of you may waive your opening statement. The burden of proof in this cause is on the petitioner to prove that the contestee is not qualified by law to be a candidate. The petitioner will therefore proceed first in presenting his or her evidence and witnesses in support of the petition. After the petitioner has put on his case, the contestee will be given the opportunity to present his evidence and or witnesses. Strict rules of evidence do not apply in administrative proceedings. However, the board can exclude incompetent, irrelevant, immaterial, and unduly repetitious evidence. Exhibits attached to filings are not deemed admitted until they are offered and either admitted or denied in open session. Parties will need to seek admission of each exhibit that you intend to offer into the record. Testimony of witnesses is taken under oath. The oath will be administered by Secretary of the State Election Board, Mr. Paul Zirich. Members of the State Election Board may also ask questions of the petitioner, the contestee, or witnesses. At the conclusion of the hearing, the petitioner and the contestee may be permitted to make brief closing arguments supporting their respective positions. The Election Board will consider the evidence, the applicable law, and render our decision based on the greater weight of the evidence. The board will vote to 1. Sustain the petition and strike the contestee as a candidate from the ballot, or 2. Deny the petition and retain the contestee as candidate on the ballot, or 3. Allow the contestee to amend or correct their declaration of candidacy to conform to the law. We Legal counsel will assist the board in drafting written findings and orders after the hearings are concluded, which will be submitted to the chair of the board for her signature. All parties will be provided a copy for their records. Please make sure the clerk of the board has your correct mailing address and email before you leave today. The cost of the contest will also be deducted or refunded as allowed by law. All right, one other thing, we have a court reporter present today, and in order for her to take everything down, we cannot talk over each other. So if a member or anyone, counsel at this table is talking, please do not interrupt. Please do not talk over. Likewise, counsel, please do not talk over witnesses. Witnesses do not talk over counsel. Okay, so in order for her to get everything, which is important, we need to talk one at a time. Your answers also need to be audible in the form of a yes or a no, a head shake. She can't take that down, so please remember to speak your answers. All right, with all of that, I think we are ready at this time. Mr. Ferrari, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do. May it please the board, my name is AJ Ferrari, and I'm here on behalf of Representative Ken Latrell. Representative Latrell is before this board today because his opponent, Carter Davis Rogers, failed to re-register his voter registration after leaving Oklahoma to Colorado. 24 OS 4-120 is clear about when a voter registration shall, not may, but shall be canceled. The fifth reason for cancellation in the statute is registration in another county or state. This is self-executing. This doesn't require any administrative process. This is a shall without condition, without administrative process. It shall be canceled. This is in harmony with 26 OS 4-120.6, which actually does have an executable language in it. There has to be an administrative process in 4-120.6, but that's not the actual statute in question today. Also in harmony with 26 OS 4-120.10, which disallows a voter from voting in their former precinct upon registering elsewhere. The facts in this case are sufficient to meet these statutory requirements, and the facts will show that 1, Mr. Rogers registered to vote in Oklahoma in 2020. 2, after voting in the presidential primary and June primary election of 2020, Mr. Rogers applied for an absentee ballot for the general election on October 20th, 2020. This occurred after he had registered in Colorado on October 13th, 2020. When registering in Colorado, Mr. Rogers filled out box 8, which stated he was updating his registration. Box 8 on the Colorado registration form, which he stated that he was updating this registration from his former registration in Fairfax, Oklahoma. 3, Mr. Rogers was registered to vote in Colorado through 2023 when he ran for public office and declared himself as a candidate to be a registered elector in Colorado and a resident of Durango, Colorado for more than 12 consecutive months. 4, on January 25th, 2024, Mr. Carter affirmatively canceled his Colorado registration. None of these actions support Mr. Carter's position that he remained registered to vote in Colorado. In fact, they prove the opposite. At bare minimum, the affirmative action of canceling his registration in Colorado this past January exhibits his recognition that he was, at one point, registered elsewhere and that it could be problematic for a run for office here in Oklahoma. Under the law, Mr. Rogers' Oklahoma registration expired. It shall expire. Not it should, not it may expire, it shall expire. And it's self-executing. He is likely to allege, as he did in the Pawhuska Journal-Capital, that it's this board's fault that he wasn't purged. But that's not the correct answer. His registration shall expire, whether it was administratively processed or not. The effect is that Mr. Rogers has not been registered in Oklahoma since October of 2020, and in order to run for office in this state, he was required to have registered in the district he chose to run in 6 months before the filing date. He did not.
Mr. Rogers must be removed from the ballot based upon the plain text reading of the statute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. Mr. Rogers? Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. Mr. Rogers, would you like to make a brief opening statement?
Yes, please. Honorable members of the Oklahoma State Election Board, good morning. My name is Carter Rogers. I'm 22 years old and was born in Ponca City, Oklahoma on January 28, 2002, and grew up in Fairfax, Oklahoma my entire life until attending college in Durango, Colorado. Since my return in 2023, I've taken it upon myself to remain engaged civically with my communities and can proudly boast about being the youngest board member on the Osage County Historical Society, as well as the countless community members I help with technology needs. Today I expect, as they've done so already, for the petitioner and council to try and paint an image of me as an individual attempting to skirt Oklahoma law and submitting fraudulent statements during my time in Colorado. I'd be remiss to not say the following. If the representative doesn't like the rules, maybe he ought to change them, instead of trying to push candidates off the ballot. The issue in front of the board today is a simple one. Am I a registered voter in the state of Oklahoma, and have I been in the 6-month period preceding the filing period as prescribed by Oklahoma statute Title 14, subsection 108? I'll argue that the answer is an affirmative yes, according to data from the Osage County Election Board, which show my registration having been registered since February of 2020. You'll hear the petitioner and council push a false narrative that Oklahoma law requires an individual to re-register to vote once returning, and that I have failed to do so. This narrative has no backing in Oklahoma law or statute, and I find myself in a catch-22 here today. With an existing registration on the rolls since 2020, and having returned to the same domicile as which I registered with in 2020, there isn't anything I could do as a citizen or a voter had Oklahoma law prescribed what the petitioner is claiming with no evidence or citation. I'll respectfully be asking that the board today deny the petitioner's motion and retain me on the ballot. Thank you all for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. All right, at this time, Mr. Ferrari, the petitioner, may present your case in chief.
Thank you very much. I would like to call Mr. Carter Davis Rogers to the stand.
Mr. Rogers, if you will step forward, the secretary will swear you in. Or step to the podium, please. Mr. Carter, can you use the mic? Or swear with here. Go ahead. Raise your right hand, please.
Sure. Will the witness please state your full name for the record?
Carter Davis Rogers.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm upon penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you please take your seat at the witness stand.
So, Mr. Rogers, please pull that mic close and speak into the mic so we can hear you. Mr. Friday, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Rogers. How are you this morning?
Great, how are you?
I'm well. I know we've already read it in the record, but attorneys, it's Dion. Can you please state and spell your name into the record for the court reporter?
Sure. It's Carter, C-A-R-T-E-R, Davis, D-A-V-I-S, Rogers, R-O-G-E-R-S.
Thank you very much. And can you state your current address?
525 North 7th Street, Fairfax, Oklahoma, 74637.
Thank you very much. And let's just jump right in. You registered in the state of Oklahoma in February of 2020, is that correct?
That is correct. I believe the exact date was February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And following that registration on February 19th, 2020, you voted in the presidential primary that year, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then in June, you voted also in the presidential, or in the state primary, is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, it could be correct. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
provide you a document to help refresh your memory. Would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Friday, will you identify for the record the document you are about to hand the witness?
I will. Thank you.
Do you intend to use it as an exhibit?
I would like to, yes.
Well, can you just go ahead and lay the foundation for it and then offer it instead of using it to refresh his memory?
Okay, I appreciate that. Since I'm not asking to move to admit it yet, I'm going to provide you, Mr. Rogers, with exhibit, what I pre-labeled exhibit F. Okay, I'm going to hand this to you. Can you please tell me what exhibit F appears to be to you?
It appears to be a transaction record of my voter registration here in the state of Oklahoma, specifically from the Osage County Election Board.
Okay. And there is a stamp on what I'm proposing to be exhibit F. Is there not on the front page?
There is.
Okay. And that is also signed, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is above the signature, what does the stamp read?
The seal of the County Election Board, Osage County, Oklahoma.
Okay. Would you disagree that it also says that this is a copy of the original documents in the Osage County Election Board?
I would agree, yes.
Okay. Just above the stamp and to the left of my exhibit F sticker is a list of transactions. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And on March 3rd of 2020, it does say that you voted in the presidential preferential primary. Is that correct?
Before he testifies regarding this, are you going to offer it as an exhibit?
I do intend to offer this as an
You want to
exhibit.
go ahead and do that?
If you're willing to accept that now, I didn't know how far you wanted to go
Offer
with
it, and
it.
we'll see if he has an objection to it before he testifies about it.
Okay. I'd like to move for this to be admitted as exhibit F.
Mr. Rogers, do you have an objection to this being admitted as an exhibit?
No objection.
Having no objection, exhibit F, petitioner's exhibit F is admitted. But please go ahead, Mr. Friday, thank you.
Thank you very much. You did vote on March 3rd, 2020, according to this record, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And then just above that, on June 30th, 2020, it says that you voted in the primary election that year. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're registered as an independent, I believe, correct? Or were at the time?
Yes.
Yes. And so you would have voted, there was only one party that allowed independents to vote in their primary that year, is that correct?
Objection, relevancy to this question? I mean, sure.
The basis of this is that
Just a second, repeat your question for me, please.
So my question was to try to verify, I asked him the question, there was only one political party that allowed people to vote in the primaries of June 30th, 2020. I'm just trying to make sure that I have a full understanding of how he voted as an independent in the primaries that year.
Counsel?
Since sustained the objection, I don't believe it's relevant to the issues of whether or not he's appropriately registered and qualified for candidacy.
Okay.
Next question, please.
Thank you very much. And then according to this record, you didn't vote again in Oklahoma, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, if I step down a tier below election date to the audit date on 8/4/2023, it says that your registration was deactivated by the county. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know why counties often deactivate voter registrations?
I do.
Okay, and why is that?
I believe Oklahoma statute regarding inactive voters says that failure to vote in at least 2 consecutive general elections or not responding to a proof of residency mailer that's sent by an election board, your voter status will be moved to inactive. That does not mean a voter's registration is canceled.
That statute also contains additional language about voting in another state, does it not?
It does.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to now offer what is going to be pre-labeled as Exhibit G, and I'm going to provide that to the witness if he's going to accept it. You get a moment to look at it?
No.
Okay. Mr. Rogers, are you familiar with this document? Okay. And when was the first time that you saw this document?
Honestly, I don't know the exact date, but I would assume whatever day it was that I filled it out.
Would you disagree that you saw this in 2020?
No, I wouldn't agree, or disagree.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And would you disagree that you saw it on or around as it was stamped by the stamped received on it around October 13th, 2020?
Counselor, again, before we start rendering testimony from this, we lay the foundation and go ahead and offer it. I don't even think it's been identified for the record.
I'm trying to lay the foundation for it by asking about the date to make sure that we've verified all of the information about it before I go into it in a material sense.
Could you repeat your question, please?
I'm going to withdraw the question. I'm going to ask this first. Can you read the top line of what this form is?
Sure. It says 4/15/24, 3:16 p.m.
I'm sorry, the next line down.
Score.
The line underneath that, not the printing page.
Sure. Colorado voter registration drive form. Fill out all fields marked with an asterisk. Then it's quite blurry, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to note that.
That's understandable. I appreciate that. Do you have any reason to dispute that this is a document you provided to the Colorado Election Board?
No.
Okay. And do you believe that this is an accurate form of that?
I do believe that.
Okay. I move for the admission of Exhibit G.
Are you offering both pages of G? I have 2 pages on my exhibit.
If you'd like me to verify that as well, we can do that. But yes, that will be my intent, is to provide both pages of Exhibit G.
Mr. Rogers, do you have any objection?
I do object to this second page or even the entire exhibit itself, again, because this was received and I first seen it on April the 16th at 5 p.m. or 5:04 p.m., which is when it was sent by Mr. Ferrati. So
On 5:04 on what date?
16th,
Okay. When did you provide Mr. Ferrati with your exhibits?
this morning.
Do you think that's a little unfair? I mean, isn't that the same?
I mean, if I'm being truthful, I honestly thought that the contestee was able to produce their exhibits the day of the contest hearing. That was my understanding.
Counsel?
So, Mr. Rogers, as it pertains to your objection, if your objection solely to the timeliness, would you receive the exhibits?
It is, correct.
If that's the basis of the objection, then my advice is to overrule. We've allowed both sides to present exhibits out of time.
Thank you, counsel. The objection to Petitioner's Exhibit G is overruled and Exhibit G is admitted. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this Colorado registration form, it was stamped received by the LaPlata County Clerk on October 13th, 2020, was it not?
Correct.
Okay. Do you believe that you actually that you filed this form on the 13th or prior to that?
If I did file it prior, it was the day before or even even the day prior to that. It was around that time frame. I'm sure this was mailed.
Okay, understood, thank you. At that time, you filled out this form, and there in box 7A, you registered as a political party, did you not, or with a political party?
Objection, relevance to this question.
This is going to go to the foundation of all of the steps and processes that he followed through and the affirmative decisions he made in Colorado as a registered voter in that state.
I apologize, repeat the question.
My question was to ask him to confirm what political party he marked on box 7A.
And what's your objection to the question?
Relevancy.
Well, I believe, looking at Exhibit G, it's already into evidence, so it seems new to me, but I will defer to counsel.
I agree that it's already in the document, but, I mean, I think to the extent that registration, what party you've affiliated with is not relevant for purposes of registering, and where your residency is for purposes of the contest of candidacy, so I would just ask counsel to tailor it so that it's appropriate for the board's decision.
Understood. I'm not trying to address political parties specifically in any of my comments. My comments are really to lay the foundation of the affirmative decisions he made throughout his time as a registered voter in Colorado. Can you please, so going back to the question, can you please confirm that you made the affirmative decision on 7A to register with a political party?
Yes.
Okay. And let's look at box 8. The Colorado voter registration form on box 8 asks that you update a current record if you were a voter somewhere else. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you filled out that section, did you not?
I did.
Okay. And you placed your information in there and told Colorado that you were updating your registration from the address that you were registered at in Oklahoma, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then is that your signature on line 9?
It is. Correct.
And is that your date on it, on line 9?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just actually noticing that for the first time. It looks like you did it on September 3rd, 2020. Would you agree?
Again, it's been 4 years now, so I'm not exact on the date. I know this was mailed during the registration drive at Fort Lewis College.
And so you mailed this in, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's turn to page 2 of Exhibit G. This is an email that I received on my personal email account from Miss Martha Shea, who's the elections technician at LaPlata County Clerk's Office. Ms. Shea writes in here that you asked that I'm adding the word asked, but that you canceled your voter registration on January 25th, 2024. Is that correct?
Again, it could have been a little bit before that. I don't know if she's referring to the actual date of cancellation versus receiving that cancellation form, but sure, somewhere around that time frame.
And when do you believe that you may have sent that cancellation form to her?
Again, within maybe a week of that date, prior to maybe, but again, not 100% sure.
So within the month of January?
Sure, yes.
You asked that your voter registration be canceled in Colorado?
I think that's a valid statement, yes.
Why did you do that?
Because upon investigation, after returning to the state of Oklahoma and having been here since March of 2023, I was actually looking into my voter registration here in the state, because I know certain groups in the state have been on a kick for getting rid of people's voters registration, and I wanted to make sure I was registered so I could be engaged in my communities and making decisions in the place where I now reside. And I discovered, I'm still registered in the state of Oklahoma, so I decided I've been back for almost a year now. I need this canceled, so I canceled it.
Was there any other
activity that you did to your voter registration while you lived in Colorado?
In terms from this form,
Since that registration, are there any other steps that you took with your voter registration?
I did believe I amended my Colorado registration. It was either 2022 or 2023. I don't remember the exact dates, but
Okay, and how did you amend that?
party affiliation, I amended, yes.
Okay.
And I can also add, I believe, maybe a residence change on this form also.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to propose what's pre-stamped as Exhibit B. I'm going to hand the witness Exhibit, what I'm proposing as Exhibit B. Mr. Rogers, can you identify for me what this item is?
It is a receipt for an issuance of candidate packet from Durango, Colorado.
Okay. How many pages are there to this document?
Five.
Do you believe that this comprises the totality of this? Well, let me back up before I ask that question. Do you believe this to be a packet or a copy of a packet that you filled out in Colorado?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And do you believe this to be the totality of that entire document?
To the best of my knowledge, I can't be 100% sure, but
Okay. If I represented to you that when it was requested from the clerk in La Plata County that this is what they provided, would you disagree with that?
could you ask the question?
Sure. If I represented to you that when the La Plata County clerk was called and requested for this document, that this is what the full document that was provided, would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. I'd like to move for the admission of Exhibit B.
Mr. Rogers, do you have an objection?
I do not.
Without objection, I move to admit or reflect that the exhibit is admitted into the record.
Exhibit B has been admitted. You may continue.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rogers, looking at the first page of this document of Exhibit B, you made a statement on the top portion of it. Can you please read into the record everything that is written up to the line of the date and the signature?
Sure. So, receipt for issuance of candidate packet. I, Carter Rogers, acknowledge receipt of a candidate's packet for the office of City Council, and that the packet includes candidate information, election calendar, sample nomination petition, Fair Campaign Practices Act, reports and instructions. I also affirm that I meet all the requirements stated in the Colorado Municipal Election Code to become a candidate for the Durango City Council as outlined below.
If we may, it's admitted. We can read it. Can we just ask relevant questions and keep moving, please?
I understand. I was concerned about making sure that we had a full record, in the transcript, but appreciate that. Let's look at the next line. The next line that you didn't get the opportunity to read confirms that you are a registered elector in Colorado. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you also confirm that you're a resident of Durango and have been for 12 consecutive months prior to April 4th, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so at that time, you acknowledged that you were a registered elector in Colorado. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And going back to what we actually discussed in Exhibit G, you would have remained a registered elector until January 24th of 2024. Is that correct?
Not 100% sure.
Okay. Why did
did you fill this packet out?
Exhibit B, is that
Exhibit B, that's correct.
Because as I've already said and stated, I like to be civically engaged. I was student body president at Fort Lewis College when I attended there. And I actually ran for Durango City Council to highlight issues surrounding homeless students, of which over 500 students were facing homeless or unhoused issues in Durango, Colorado. And so I ran to really push the city council to come up with a solution for those students so they wouldn't be freezing to death out in the winter in Colorado. So that's really why I filled this out to run.
So to summarize, you filled this packet out to serve as a candidate for office in Colorado?
Sure.
Okay. And again, well, I won't ask that again. Page 2 is the full document of your committee registration, your candidate campaign committee registration that you're required to do in Colorado. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The third page looks like it's a continuation of that form. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's look at the next page. I believe it's the fourth page. This is a certificate of registration you provided with the candidate packet in Colorado. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it shows your voter registration in Colorado.
Correct.
Do you know why you would have submitted this form in Colorado?
I mean, I would assume it would have to do with the same reason I've submitted a certificate of registration when filing for this office here in the state of Oklahoma for informing and providing evidence that I am a registered voter.
It would be to provide that you are a registered elector in Colorado. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay. Now let me re-ask. During this time, had you taken any votes in Colorado? Or I'm sorry, in Oklahoma?
Had I taken any votes?
Had you gone in to vote in Oklahoma?
No, that would be voter fraud.
Just one last set of questions. And this is more of a summary of our conversation. You registered to vote in Oklahoma in 2020.
Correct.
You left Oklahoma in 2020 and registered to vote. We stamped that it was accepted on October 13th of 2020.
Correct.
Okay. And you adjusted your voter registration for political party purposes in Colorado during that time of registration in Colorado.
Correct.
Okay. And then you were a candidate for office in that state, correct?
Correct, but municipal candidate.
And when you ran for that office, you said that you were a registered elector in the state and provided the documentation for that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you did not cancel that voter registration until January 20, according to the documents in evidence, 25th of 2024, correct?
That is your testimony. That is what the clerk from Colorado said. I'm not exact on that date.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friday.
And I'll also say I have no further witnesses at this time.
Thank you. Before we move on, I'm going to ask the board if the board members have any questions for you and if council has any questions for you. And then we'll let you present whatever you'd like to present.
Sure.
Okay? All right. Dr. Malton.
Yes, let me offer my understanding. Let me offer my understanding of what we're considering. Speaking directly to the council from our state attorney general's office, my understanding is to follow as a candidate for the House of Representatives in Oklahoma, a person who is a registered voter in such district and a resident residing in such district for the 6-month period immediately preceding the first day of the filing period prescribed by law.
That's accurate.
And I am trying to understand what has been presented, anything that questions that 6 months for the filing period, which we know the date that began. So is there anything that we're being told here that suggests that you were not a registered voter and a resident of this district for at least 6 months before the filing period?
I mean, I think what the petitioner's counsel is trying to say is that with my effective cancellation of my Colorado registration in January of this year, he's trying to paint a picture to the board that says my registration here in Oklahoma should be canceled. I think the request is that you all go back retroactively and cancel that, having provided these documents. And what I'll be trying to paint to you all, excuse me, I'm a little nervous, 22, so bear with me. But what I'll be trying to paint to the board is that per Oklahoma statute that says a voter's registration shall be canceled, the petitioner's counsel conveniently left out a little bit of that statute that says upon notice and receipt of same. And so what I'll be arguing is that the La Plata County Election Board, not you all as an election board or the Osage County Election Board, is the La Plata County Election Board did not send that notice, as I think was shown in the exhibit from the Colorado voter registration drive. I did everything I needed to do as far as I was aware in filling out that voter information of my previously registered address and informing them in the state of Colorado that I was registered here in Oklahoma. And so I'll also get into it later, but I did return in March, late March of 2023, following the passing of my grandmother. I decided to come home and be with family, and I've been residing in the same domicile of my original registration, which I couldn't update because it was the same exact address. And so I will be getting into that later also.
Well, again, speaking of you, sir, and the petitioner, my understanding of state law is, and I'm not an attorney, but my understanding of state law, which I provided a copy of here in our election board materials, is there anything to question that you were a registered voter in the state of Oklahoma for at least 6 months before the filing period? Yes, sir.
Let's, hang on. I want to keep a little process here. So, Mr. Friday, we have you sit down. We're only asking questions of the witnesses. You will have an opportunity if you need to re-examine the witness. But for now, I'd like to keep the questions tailored for the evidence that has been presented through the witness testimony, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're very fortunate to have an excellent chair for our election board, by the way. Do you feel there's any reason to question that you were a registered voter for at least 6 months before the filing period?
No, sir.
Do you feel there's any reason to question that you are a resident of the state of Oklahoma for at least 6 months before the filing period?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Malden. At this time, Ms. Langley, do you have any questions for the witness?
I do not.
I'm hearing then from her. I have a couple of questions. What was the totality of the duration of time that you were in the state of Colorado?
Roughly 3 years, fall of 2020 to March of 2023.
During all of the time that you were in Colorado, were you attending school?
I was, that is correct.
You testified that you were a municipal candidate, and you put emphasis on the word municipal. What significance does that have to you?
I was residing in Durango, Colorado. I had no intention of ever seeking a state office in the state of Colorado, and I just wanted it to be known that it wasn't my intention to ever seek state office in Colorado, because I knew if eventually, at some point, whether it be after I graduated or not, that I would return back to Oklahoma. I'm an Osage tribal member. My people are here. I want to be around them eventually at some point in my life. So I knew I'd be coming back eventually. So
help me understand, you continue to draw a distinction between running for a municipal office versus running for a state office. What is the significance of the difference to you?
I mean, I guess I'm trying to establish what my intent in running for that office was. As the student body president there at the college, I feel like I kind of had an obligation to the students I did represent at the college to run in that municipal election. The significance for me is a municipal local election like that in terms of colleges can have a profound impact on students. And so I would also say that the significance is that I have no intention of running again for state office, and I don't really know how to put it into better words.
If you had run for state office, how would that change the impact on this case?
I mean, I think it would show that my intent was to hang around in the state of Colorado a lot longer than I have. And clearly, back in Oklahoma, my intent was to not make a career or anything out of politics in the state of Colorado.
To the best of your knowledge, does the state of Colorado require you to cancel your voter registration upon departing the state?
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure.
Why did you take that action?
I did some digging on my Oklahoma voter registration as I testified, and realized my registration here in the state of Oklahoma was still registered in the registry with the election board and with election information in Oklahoma. And having been back since March of 2023, I decided to look up my Colorado voter registration, and that's when I noticed, oh, hey, there's 2 registrations here. And so I took steps to cancel that Colorado registration, having been moved back to Oklahoma since March of 2023.
Can you be registered to vote in 2 states at the same time?
To my knowledge, not 100% sure. I know it does become a direct issue if you vote in 2 elections at the same time in 2 different locations.
All right, that's all the questions I have. Mr. Secretary, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Counsel for the board, do you have any questions? Assistant Attorney General, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Ferrari, having heard our questions, do you have anything further for this witness?
Madam Chair, I don't have any additional questions for the witness. I do have legal argument that I'll make at the conclusion of the hearing.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Mr. Rogers, you may step down from the witness stand. Do you have anything further, or do you rest, Mr. Ferrari?
I rest, Your Honor.
Petitioner has rested. So at this time, Mr. Rogers, we are going to allow you to present your case in chief. And while you're preparing, we're going to go ahead and distribute those exhibits. Where's that sheet? For the record, I would like to point out that providing a list of witnesses and exhibits ahead of the hearing date, that all candidates are provided this when they file, specifically what is required by the Oklahoma State Election Board. Any petitioner wishing to produce evidence in the form of testimony through sworn witnesses and exhibits must provide such list of witnesses and copies of any exhibits to the Secretary of the State Election Board before 5 p.m. on Tuesday, April 16, 2024. Likewise, any contestee wishing to file an answer must provide a list of proposed witnesses and copies of exhibits at the time of the filing of the answer or at the time of making their deposit to be heard at the hearing. So I think with that said, that all exhibits per State Election Board were timely provided. Have the exhibits now been distributed? All right, with that, Mr. Rogers, you may proceed.
Just to clarify from the board, I don't think I ever gave you a list list of my witnesses. You asked how many I was going to plan on having, and I responded with 2. You didn't ask for names.
Who are the 2 witnesses that you anticipate calling?
Representative Kim Latrell and Jerry Butterbaugh. And I guess I would like to start, can I call witnesses now?
You can proceed however you wish.
Okay. I would like to call Representative Kim Latrell to the stand, if I may.
Representative Latrell, if you will come forward and, to the witness stand on the mic and raise your right hand and we will swear you in. Mr. Secretary.
Will the witness please state your full name for the record? Kendall Jean Latrell. Will you please spell that? KENDALLGENELUTTRELL. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm upon penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. The witness is sworn.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, you may proceed.
Representative, thank you. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Great. If I could have you take a look at Exhibit A, which is from your own evidence brought today.
Madam Chair, is he proposing to enter this into evidence?
I'm not sure what he's proposing to do at this point.
I'll just go ahead and say I am proposing, and I can give context if the board would like that. So it's voter information from the GOP data center.
If you could, instead of you testifying, I'd like you to ask the witness questions.
Sure.
And basically lay the foundation which means identify what this document is and how it's truthful and accurate.
Sure, thank you. Representative, is it to the best of your knowledge that the information given in this document is from the GOP's database on voters in the state of Oklahoma?
That is correct.
Representative, on page 3 out of 11 in this document, does the address reflected for Carter Davis Rogers show 525 North 7th Street, Fairfax, Oklahoma?
It does.
Representative, can you please read what the voter's status of Carter Davis Rogers is on this document?
What page are you looking at there?
It should be 2 out of 11, so just that page previous. If not, my mistake, and I'll withdraw the question.
Do you have a copy of the exhibits?
I did. I just gave it to the representative.
Here, you can get my copy. I got it. Okay. We'll get you a copy.
And for the board, it's Exhibit A that's in your packet from the petitioner's post.
My apologies, Representative. I'll withdraw that question as it's not listed on this document. So, Representative, is it safe to say that this said GOP voter registration database is not accurate or legal information in regards to Oklahoma voter registration?
No, I believe it does reflect that.
Could you explain a little bit more about how it does reflect accurate and legal voter registration information if it's not through the state election board?
It's, as I understand it, is from available public records.
Okay, so just make sure you are testifying that this is legal and accurate information.
I'd like to object object at this point. I never offered this as an exhibit, and it's not a piece of evidence to...
Are you going to offer this as a piece of evidence?
I would like to move to have this admitted.
Okay. Do you have any objections, Mr. Ferrari? It is your exhibit.
It wasn't something I offered. I viewed it as really irrelevant after the testimony of the contestee, but I'm fine with having it in.
Hearing no objection, petitioner's exhibit A is admitted. You may continue.
So, Representative Latrell, on or about February 23rd, 2024, did you or did you not attend an event hosted by the Ponca City Chamber of Commerce's Politics Committee?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. At said event, did I, Carter Rogers, or did I not introduce myself to you?
Yes, you did.
Following my introduction to you, did you or did you not make a statement about, indirect quote, have you thought about waiting for the next election when it won't be contested, end quote?
Well, I believe my response to you was to ask why you hadn't considered waiting until there was an open seat.
Okay. Representative, is it true that today's hearing is your hope of getting your own political opponent removed from the November 5th ballot?
No, my concern is making sure that the rules that are in place here in the state of Oklahoma by the state election board are followed to ensure that we have viable candidates, viable legal candidates on the ballot for the citizens of the state of Oklahoma.
Sure. Representative, can you give the board a direct citation of Oklahoma statute or law that says an individual must re-register to vote if their registration already exists?
Objection to the question. He's a witness. He's not here to provide legal analysis. I'll do that at the conclusion of the argument.
I would say it's relevant, the testimony, because they are arguing in the petition that I failed to re-register to vote, and it is supposedly Representative Ken Latrell making that claim, and so I think testimony is relevant.
I understand, but I think the question that you're asking calls for a legal conclusion, which is generally not an acceptable question for a witness. It's more appropriate in argument with counsel.
Sure.
I will defer to the Vice Deputy Attorney General.
To the extent that the witness is aware of the answer you could answer, based upon your knowledge.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Representative, can you give the board a direct citation of Oklahoma statute or law that says an individual must re-register to vote if their registration already exists?
No, I cannot cite that, except that to the board. I would defer to my counsel with more knowledge of the law than myself.
Sure. Representative, is it true that it was the advice of counsel A.J. Ferrari that Oklahoma statute or law exists that says an individual must re-register?
I'm not sure of the exact language that's being quoted in it.
So Representative, bear with me, I want to ask you another legal question bearing your understanding. So is it safe to say Oklahoma statute says, quote, upon notice and receipt of the same is the only time a voter's registration may be canceled if moving out of state or to another jurisdiction?
Madam Chair, I just want to be clear about what statute he's referring to in this. It doesn't fit with 4-120.
Do you have a specific statute?
Yes, Oklahoma statute title 26, subsection 4-120.7 specifically.
I'm not personally familiar with that section in order to be able to testify about it.
Okay. So Representative, is it true that you've accused me of making fraudulent statements in your petition of contestation to try and paint me as an individual who's bad in order to use that against me in the case your motion is denied?
No, that is not true.
Is it safe to say your claims with no legal backing are intended to defame my character in order to benefit yourself politically?
No, and I think that you will personally agree that I have not made one public statement contrary to you or casting any aspersions upon your character or the motives behind this.
Mr. Rogers, your representative, we're not going to argue. If you ask the question and it's a yes or no answer, I ask that you give a yes or no answer, but we're not going to go back and forth about aspersions or negative statements. Ask a direct question and please give a direct answer. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, I'm going to provide you with this document, Representative. I'm going to ask you to look at it. And I'll also move to have this admitted if I have to. It's Exhibit 3 proposed. I don't know if it's been accepted.
Is it your exhibit?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
So, no, we've not even looked at your exhibits. We will address each exhibit as you
As provided?
identify.
Okay, awesome.
As you identify and present it.
So, on this document, Representative Latrell, under State House, is it your name that appears as State Representative?
No, on this document.
Are you sure?
This has your name on it.
Apologies. Scatterbrained. Okay, I'll retract my question. So, this document, Representative, is a W-9, is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Rogers, could you identify for the board what exhibit number you were looking at, please?
Exhibit 2 proposed.
Thank you.
Yes. So, Representative, to the best of your knowledge, does it appear that I filed this W-9 to go to the Osage Nation?
It doesn't list where this is designed for or who it's going to.
Okay. What is the address on this
Mr.
document?
Rogers, I'm going to ask you the same thing. We need a proper foundation laid. I don't know if this is the witness that you're going to be able to get this in with. We may have to do that if you testify on behalf of yourself, but we need a foundation laid, and then we need to offer the exhibit, and then if there's any objection, we will address it, and then we will rule on the admission or denial of the exhibit.
Sure. Well, I guess no further questions, Representative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Friday?
You gotta stay. Representative Latrell, I have, let me back up.
Was my Exhibit B ever admitted? I believe that it was, but let me confirm that.
It was.
Okay. Well, I guess, I apologize, A. Representative Latrell, you were provided Exhibit A by the contestee who was admitted in this matter. Do you have any reason to believe that the data provided within the GOP data center does not come directly from the election data warehouse?
No, I do not.
And would you disagree that the election data warehouse is a system that the state of Oklahoma provides for public information on voter records?
That is correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friday. Mr. Rogers, do you have anything further for this witness?
I do not.
Okay. At this time, we will take questions from any of the board members. Dr. Malden, do you have any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm still trying to stay on the track of the two requirements that I understand from the State Election Board who we consider, which is that you've been a registered voter for at least 6 months and you've been a resident for at least 6 months. I'm just speaking in general with what my concerns are and what on this. So if there's a reason to say that the contestee was not a registered voter for at least 6 months, or was the reason to say that the contestee was not a resident of the district for 6 months before the filing, that is something I'd certainly like to be aware of.
Thank you. Ms. Lane, do you have any questions?
None at this time.
Representative Latrell, I have a few questions for you. The first is, I have reviewed your petition, and this petition is signed by your attorney, it's not signed by yourself, correct?
Correct.
Did you review the petition prior to it being filed?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Can you in summary tell the board what your basic basis is for objecting to the candidacy of Mr. Rogers?
It is that he remained registered in Colorado, and when he did cancel his Colorado voter registration, it was within 4 months of filing here in Oklahoma. Not 6 months or longer, was within 4 months.
Do you know whether Colorado law requires an individual to, quote, cancel their voter registration?
No, I do not.
Can an individual be registered to vote in multiple states?
That's what I feel like that I've seen in this case. I don't believe it's legal. I don't believe that it's intended to function that way in either state.
What time frame do you believe that Mr. Rogers was registered to vote in Colorado?
Up until, I believe, January 24th of 2024.
Beginning when?
2020.
And what time frame do you believe that Mr. Rogers was registered to vote in the state of Oklahoma?
In 2020.
And when, did he continue to be registered from 2020 forward in the state of Oklahoma?
It appears that his voter registration remained in Oklahoma while he was a registered voter in Colorado.
So at all times that Mr. Rogers was registered in the state of Colorado, it is your position that he's also registered in the state of Oklahoma?
Yes.
One of the things that you stated in your petition in paragraph 9 is that upon returning to Oklahoma, a voter must re-register to vote here if he or she was registered to vote in another jurisdiction. Do you believe that to be true?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you base that belief upon?
My interpretation of Oklahoma's voting laws.
Do you have a specific statute, and I know we're going to get into this with your attorney, but is there a specific statute that you believe states that?
Not right out of my head, I don't.
Are you aware of any of your constituents that have, quote, re-registered to vote in the state of Oklahoma?
Yes.
Can you explain the process of re-registering to vote in the state of Oklahoma?
As I understand it, it would be the same as if you changed addresses, or if you had
moved to another state, but living in another state, you returned to Oklahoma, you wanted to update your voter registration, that you should go in there and do that again.
So in your mind, re-registering to vote in Oklahoma is equivalent to updating your voter registration?
I would think so. That in my mind, that's how I would think.
So what would you do in a case such as this, where Mr. Rogers, when he returned to the state of Oklahoma, after being a student in Colorado, returned to the same residence where he had the same address and there wasn't any information to, quote, update with the state election board?
I'm not sure what the procedure would be then with the election board, other than to maybe appear in person and ask them what he should do, because I'm sure he was aware that his voter registration was inactive because he had not voted in Oklahoma in so long.
Do you believe that an individual in the state of Oklahoma that has an inactive voter registration is not registered to vote?
Could you rephrase that?
In the state of Oklahoma, if certain criteria is met, registered voters are deemed inactive. You're familiar with that, correct? Do you believe that a voter that has been deemed to be, quote, inactive is not a registered voter?
I believe that their voter registration cannot remain in perpetuity.
Are you familiar with Oklahoma's laws once somebody goes on the inactive list, the process to take to remove a person from Oklahoma voting registry if necessary, or for a person to reactivate their registration?
I'm not familiar with all the ins and outs of what it takes to purge somebody from the voter rolls.
Are you aware of whether an inactive voter can go to the poll and vote?
I believe that is allowed.
So if that is true, and an inactive voter may appear at a polling place and vote, then they still would be a registered voter, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Are there any questions from the Secretary?
Not at this time.
Any questions from counsel for the board? Any questions from the Assistant Attorney General?
No.
All right, members, did any of my questions raise any questions for you? Hearing none from here, Mr. Ferrari, did any of our questions raise any questions for you?
They did.
Please proceed.
Good to see you again, Mr. Latrell. Is the argument that you're making in this case about whether or not Oklahoma's registration remained or was administratively allowed to continue?
That is one of my concerns. My feeling is that when you registered in Oklahoma, that null and voided its registration, or when registered in Colorado, that null and voided its registration in Oklahoma.
Okay. And that would be based, for example, around, let me back up. There's an administrative process, correct?
Yes.
And administrative process is one thing, but there are some statutes you as a legislator know take effect without any administrative process. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so if we have a statute that has no administrative steps, like, for example, maybe 26 OS 4-120, the actual act of registering elsewhere cancels your registration. Isn't that correct?
That is what I believe.
Would you say that 4-120.10 may also provide that occurs in that situation?
That is correct.
Okay. And so there's no requirement for any administrative process to take place. It's just canceled.
I believe so.
Okay. And so when would you say that the voter registration or that process concluded? When would you say that his process, by the affirmative act of registering in Colorado, when did his registration expire?
In January of 2024 this year.
Now, let me make sure you heard me correctly.
Okay.
When did his Oklahoma registration expire?
When he registered in Colorado in 2020.
Okay. And when did his Colorado registration continue?
Until January of 2024.
Okay. And even though there's not any necessarily requirement to actually cancel your registration, is there?
I don't believe so.
But would you agree with me that the contestee affirmatively made the decision to do that?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, do you have any further questions based on questions since you questioned him?
No.
All right, anything else from the board members? All right, hearing nothing, you are dismissed. Thank you, Representative. Mr. Rogers, do you have anything further?
Nothing further.
Did you want to present any of your exhibits to the board?
No.
All right, do you rest?
I do.
Mr. Ferrari, the contestee has rested. Is there anything further from you?
If you're asking for concluding remarks, I would have that, but
No.
other than that, no.
All right, this time then, we will move into closing arguments. Mr. Ferrari, you may begin.
Thank you, board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. You heard testimony, or direct testimony from both candidates in this process. What did you hear from Mr. Rogers? You heard him say that he registered to vote in another state. You heard him say that he actively voted in another state. You heard him say that he was a candidate in another state. And you heard him say that he was a registered elector in another state. At some point, his existing registration had to have expired. You can't be registered in two states. You can't continue to say, oh, I'm going to go back here and all of a sudden be back here and use my old registration. No. And I think that to Dr. Malden's specific question, I'm going to read this into the record. 26 OS 4-120. The registration of any registered voter, this is A, the registration of any registered voter shall be canceled for only for one of the following reasons. Number 5, registration in another county or state. It self-occurs. It happens. There's no administrative process. It says shall be canceled. It doesn't say it shall be canceled after the board does whatever they need to do. It says that it occurs and that it happens right then. There's no more further questions on that. Now, I know that the contestee raised 4-120.7. He talks about the administrative process. I agree that's not self-executing. I would also agree that 120.6 is not self-executing. Those have administrative procedures on how to purge people from the rolls. But the fact of the matter is 4-120 and frankly 4-120.10, which I'll read that in, any person whose voter registration has been transferred and the transfer has been completed by the appropriate election board. When it says the appropriate election board, it's talking in this case about La Plata. Shall not vote in the precinct in which the person was registered prior to transfer of registration. Again, self-executing in this case. He registered in La Plata, he's not allowed to vote in his former precinct. State statute says that. More importantly, going back to 4-120, registration of any registered voter shall be canceled. It's self-executing. You're done. Your registration is gone. If you're going to, and one of the questions I heard that Madam Chair tried to kind of get to and understand, what he needed to do, what his process was, although admittedly this may not have been clear, he needed to ask for a cancellation of his Oklahoma registration that was invalid, and then re-register. That would be the process. What he needed to say was, I'm sorry, I've been registered in Colorado. As you saw on box 8 of his Colorado voter registration, he did the right thing of saying, yeah, I used to live here. We can't control that Osage County didn't get that information somehow or recognize that he purged the rolls. But the fact of the matter is he registered to vote. He acknowledged he formerly voted. He acknowledged he transferred his vote to La Plata County, Colorado. Canceled. He does not have a voter registration in Oklahoma at this time. That's what we are asking this board to do, is uphold the law. follow what the law and the state statutes require you to do, what the specific text of the statutes call upon this board to do, and remove Mr. Rogers from the voter, from his candidacy. Thank you.
Mr. Friday, I have a couple questions for you. I want to make sure I understand your position. First, do you happen to have any of the statutes you cited that I could look at? Copies? That would help me.
I don't have plenty.
And I can shoot copies. I would just like to see stuff.
Sure, and I don't have 120.7 because that was just brought up, and I had to look that up on my phone. But I do have 4-120, 4-120.6, which I actually mentioned is not self-executing. But I do have 4-120 and 4-120.10, which I do believe are self-executing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
They have highlights on them too, I'm sorry.
I want to ask you, that's fine, thank you. I want to ask you about this idea of self-executing. Are you using that term synonymously with by operation of law? Saying that the statute says it, therefore, by operation of law, there's no affirmative action needed?
I don't usually like using the term by operation of law, but I think that they are very, I can't think of any differences standing here before you in that sense.
And this concept of voters re-registering, tell me what you mean when you use the term that a voter must re-register.
I'll explain this the way that I can. I'm somewhat similar to Mr. Rogers in that I registered to vote in Kitsap County, Washington when I was 18 years old to vote in the election. I moved away to the University of Nebraska, and at some point, I don't recall when, but I registered to vote in Nebraska at some point. I later on moved back to Washington State. They had not purged my voter registration from the system, but I went in and I said I voted in another state and I re-registered. That's what I'm saying in that situation, and I can tell you that I've done it personally. If you vote in another state, and he did what he was supposed to do, it's not my fault that the administrative system in Oklahoma didn't get record of the change or whatever. As you know, as the board of this, when somebody provides an address, that's supposed to be provided back to the county to make the change. I can't explain to you what happened. I don't know whether Colorado didn't provide that back to Oklahoma, or if it was provided back and it wasn't finished. But the fact of the matter is that that's really irrelevant to this, because by execution of law, by operation of law, using your terms, he registered to vote in another state, and under state law, his registration was canceled, independent of any administrative error or record problems.
Do you dispute that Mr. Rogers returned to the state of Oklahoma in March of 2023?
I have no reason to believe that, but I also have no reason to believe that he re-registered to vote under 4-120.
I'm just asking specifically, do you dispute his testimony of when he returned to the state of Oklahoma?
I view it as irrelevant, but I don't dispute it.
And do you dispute that he returned to the same address that he formerly lived at in the state of Oklahoma?
I have no reason to believe that's not true.
So, what do you propose that he should have done when there was not any information to update with the Oklahoma State Election Board?
I think it's exactly what I just said a few minutes ago, and that is that he should have gone in, said, hey, I've been voting in Colorado. I just canceled my voter registration in Colorado. I see you still got mine active. Well, I guess it was listed as inactive. But we need to cancel that and re-register. I think that that's the proper function, is that it was an administrative error that he was left on the rolls for whatever reason. And under 4-120, his registration was gone, independent of any administrative process.
Do you have any case law or specific statute that says what you're saying, that by operation of law, voting in another state cancels your registration in Oklahoma?
I handed it to you a second ago, 4-120 and 4-120.10.
Do you have any case law?
This isn't something that's been debated. I actually did check Westlaw on that, but I'll go make some if I need to, but I don't think you want me to.
All right, I think that's all the questions I have. Dr. Mullen, do you have anything for the attorney?
If I understand what you're saying, and I want to be sure that I am understanding what you're saying, he did take some action to let the election process in Oklahoma know that he was back as a voter, or that he was there as a voter, and that was not handled administratively, if I understand what you're saying, in Oklahoma.
I'm not sure I understand your question, so if I don't answer it with this answer, please ask me to restate. My argument here is he registered to vote in February of 2020. And he's agreed to that on the stamp. In October of 2020, he registered in Colorado. Under section 4-120, registration's gone. Under 4-120.10, he can't vote in his old precinct. He voted there, he ran for office there, came back into the state, canceled his registration in January of 2024 of this year, and moved that process. He clearly knows how to cancel a registration. He's done it in Colorado. Maybe he should have done it in Oklahoma, but he didn't. He tried to through box 8 on the Colorado registration form, but somehow administratively it didn't get through. I don't place any blame on anybody for that. But what I do say is that under 4-120 and 4-120.10, he's not allowed to vote in his other precinct because he's registered elsewhere. And that's what the law says. Did that answer your question?
Well, I guess I'd have to have an answer to the question, perhaps also if she would consider it from our Attorney General representative to find out if Oklahoma law is along this line.
We're going to have counsel address, after we finish questioning, we will have the counsel address the board as far as the pertinent law that applies in this particular cause.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Lamley, do you have any questions? Okay. Hearing none from the other board members, Mr. Secretary, do you have questions?
I actually do. Mr. Friday, good morning. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm trying to walk through the statutes that you have referenced and understand the arguments, and I would like to start with 4-120, which says the registration of any registered voter shall be canceled only for one of the following reasons. Then it lists the reasons that a voter registration may be canceled by election officials. Is that your understanding of the statute?
Well, I would disagree that it be canceled by election official. I believe that it says canceled.
Okay.
And I was referring to point 5 after that.
Which is registration in another county and state.
Correct.
Now, as an election board secretary, when I'm reading statutes, I have to harmonize these and find out how they work together. And I'm just curious. I want to go back to another statute you brought up, which is this is again entitled 26 4-120.6, and it says the secretary of each county election board shall cancel the registration of all registered voters who have registered in another county in Oklahoma or in another state upon receipt of notice of the same. So how do you harmonize those two, and do you have any evidence presented today that either the state election board or the Osage County election board received a notice from the state of Colorado that he had registered there?
So the argument here is very clear, is that 120.6 is an administrative process. It tells your county board how it must operate. It's instructive. But it has no bearing, and in fact, if we want to go into statutory construction, it comes after 4-120. 4-120 just says it's canceled. 4-120.6, and even the one that was brought up by opposing counsel as 120.7, those are administrative process items. Those tell you and your county boards, this is what you need to do. I'm not at all telling you here today that you received, I don't have any evidence whether you received it or not. I know that he did the right thing and told Colorado, yeah, I used to vote in Oklahoma, here was the address. He did the right thing there. But that doesn't change the fact that under 4-120, it says it's canceled. The statutes following that say, this is how you, the administrator, need to process these going forward. It doesn't say in 4-120, based upon the next 7 statutes. It says it's canceled. And then following that is how you should process it.
And if I may, Madam Chair, one last question. So again, back to section 4-120, your interpretation of that is those are self-executing, not a list of reasons that the legislature has provided.
When you register in another state, it's done. There is no text in 4-120 to suggest that you get to remain, your registration truly continues to exist in the state of Oklahoma. It doesn't even require an administrative obligation. It just ceases to exist when you register elsewhere.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I just had a complete understanding of that argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Nothing from the council for the board. Assistant Attorney General, any questions for the petitioner's counsel?
Also, I just have one clarifying question pertaining to 14 OS Section 108, which requires both residency and registration. Based upon my interpretation of your argument today, you're focused on registration. Are you contesting residency as well?
I don't believe we ever contested residency at any point. The issue is the registration issue.
Okay, thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Mr. Rogers, at this time, you're welcome to present a closing argument.
Just to recap, again, I'm Carter Rogers, a prospective candidate for the office of Oklahoma House District 37. I'd just say that the petition is correct in some respects, but through testimony today, obviously omitted some important facts. I registered to vote at 525 North 7th Street, Fairfax, Oklahoma in 2020. That is correct. Thereafter, I moved to Durango, Colorado for college and registered to vote, but I've never voted twice in any election. In January of 2023, I ran for Durango City Council seat. And on March the 23rd of 2023, my grandmother passed away, and I immediately left Colorado to come home to my family in Fairfax, Oklahoma. My Colorado voter registration no longer exists, as confirmed by my testimony to the board today. And after my return, I investigated and found that my Oklahoma voter registration still existed. So there's no need for me to re-register, as my domicile address remains the same as it was since registering in 2020. The petition again claims that upon returning to Oklahoma, a voter must re-register to vote here if he or she was registered to vote in another jurisdiction. But I meet and have met the requirements of Oklahoma Statute Title 14, subsection 108, which requires candidates to be a registered voter in such district and residing within such district for the 6-month period immediately preceding the first day of the filing period prescribed by law. I'm aware of no legal requirements that would actually require a candidate to re-register if their voter registration remained in the registry, as mine has. Oklahoma law places the burden of proof on the petitioner. Oklahoma Statute Title 26, subsection 5-130. The petitioner cannot meet this burden. The petitioner is attempting to place or impose a new legal requirement and burden on my candidacy that has no basis in Oklahoma statute or law. For the reasons described above, this board should deny the petitioner's request and move to retain my candidacy, having met all legal requirements at the time of filing on April 5th, 2024. And I guess the final question is, can I, as an Oklahoma citizen, rely upon what the state tells me? As of February 19th of 2020, I have been and still am a registered voter in the state of Oklahoma. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board members for Mr. Rogers?
So if you were to go and vote in Oklahoma post, say, 2022, do you think they would have allowed you to vote in Fairfax, Oklahoma?
They probably would have, yes, but I would have never done that. I know that's wrong, obviously. To hold two registrations and to vote in two separate places is the definition of voter fraud.
But technically, you could have gone in there and voted.
Yes.
Do you believe that?
I do.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Any further questions from the secretary? Assistant Attorney General, any questions for Mr. Rogers?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, that concludes the evidence presented in Latrell versus Rogers, cause number 2024-01. We have the opportunity for a possible executive session pursuant to 25 OS 2011, Section 307, Sub B, Sub 8, to engage in deliberations or rendering a final or intermediate decision in an individual proceeding pursuant to Article 2 of the Administrative Procedures Act. 1, we could vote to enter executive session. 2, in executive session pursuant to 25 OS 2011, Section 307B8, concerning the above captioned proceeding. 3, to vote to exit executive session, and then any possible action or vote concerning the above captioned proceeding would occur back in open session. I wanted the board members to be aware that I will, if necessary, entertain a motion to enter into executive session at the appropriate time. At this time, I think it is appropriate to defer to Ms. Batt, Vice Deputy Attorney General, to advise the board as to the applicable law pertaining to cause number 2024-01.
Start with and remind the board that the petitioner has the burden of proof in this contest.
Microphone, please.
Petitioner must prove by the greater weight of the evidence that the contestee, can you not hear me? That the contestee is not qualified by law to become a candidate for the office for which he filed a declaration of candidacy. Greater weight of the evidence means you must be persuaded, considering all the evidence in the case, that the proposition is more probably true than not true. The greater weight of the evidence does not mean the greater number of witnesses testifying to a fact. That means what seems to you more convincing and more probably true. Contest of Candidacy 2024-01 is governed by Oklahoma statutes Title 14, Section 108, which states in relevant part, to file as a candidate for the House of Representatives in any House district, a person must have been a registered voter in such district and a resident residing within such district for the 6-month period immediately preceding the first day of the filing period prescribed by law. Based upon my calculations, I believe that to be on or around October 2nd, 2023. In addition, Oklahoma Statutes Title 26, Section 5-105B also provides in relevant part to file as an independent candidate for any state or county office. A person must have been registered to vote as an independent for the 6-month period immediately preceding the first day of the filing period prescribed by law and under oath so state. It does not appear to me at this time, members, that his residency is actually at issue, but I'll remind the board that residency is a question of fact based on the subjective intent of the individuals. Each case will be dependent on particular facts and circumstances, and you should take into consideration the movements, transactions, and attending circumstances involved. But the most important fact is whether or not he intended to abandon his residency. If you find by the greater weight of the evidence that the contestee is not qualified to become a candidate for State Representative House District 37, you should sustain the petition and strike the contestee as a candidate from the ballot. If you do not find by the greater weight of the evidence that the contestee is unqualified to become a candidate for State Representative House District 37, you should deny the petition and retain the contestee as a candidate on the ballot. With those instructions, I'm happy to entertain any questions that the board members may have. Dr. Malton.
Thank you, Counselor. I want to be sure that I understand one of your points. You were saying that the residence matter is not a question before this group at this point.
Well, certainly it doesn't seem like the evidence suggested, and based upon representations, registration is really the question in this case. But I tell the board members that so that you can consider both elements of 14 OS Section 108.
Is it your conclusion, and you may have reasons you wish to say yes or no, is it your conclusion that he was registered to vote for at least 6 months before filing?
I think that what I would say to that is based upon the statute, and we've heard several iterations of interpretations of the statutes, but looking at 26 OS 4-120, and I'm going to have to put this down so I can get to my statute, but 26 OS Section 4-120 does state the resignation of any the registration of any registered voter shall be canceled only for one of the following reasons. Reason number 5 is registration in another county or state. But importantly, 4-120.6 provides that there must be a notice requirement in order to cancel that registration. 4-120.6 states, the Secretary of each county election board shall cancel the registration of all registered voters who have registered in another county in Oklahoma or in another state upon receipt of notice of same. These are the two statutes that I think are most applicable to this current situation, and then based upon that, then we turn to the Oklahoma Administrative Code, wherein we get additional information pertaining to how this cancellation process actually happens. And so my colleagues with the board may be better suited to answer some of this. However, I would say that the rules that I think are helpful and instructive to the board is at 230:15-11-4. This is cancellation of voter registration, processing cancellations of registration A. Upon receipt of proper notice and upon positive identification of the voter, the Secretary of the County Election Board shall cancel a voter's registration. Cancellations shall be processed immediately after receipt of proper notice. Proper notice shall include the following, and number 5 is notice of registration in another state. Then the next administrative code provision that I think is helpful to you is 230:15-11-5, potential deletion report. Information received by the state election board, and I'm going to skip to the relevant information here, so this is not an exact recitation of the rule. Information received by the state election board from other states is entered manually or imported electronically into MESA. And from there, a potential deletions report is generated and disseminated to the county election board for the county election board to verify whether or not the individuals match candidates as listed. The voter registrations of persons listed on the potential deletion report shall be canceled only upon positive identification of the voter's registration record. If there is any doubt that the match is not a correct and valid match, the resignation of the matched voter in that county shall be retained. And so based upon my interpretations of both the statutes and then the rules that clarify, that it does require a notice element so that verification may be made so that the appropriate person is canceled or retained.
And the contestee did not receive such a notification.
Based upon the testimony and the exhibits that we've had, it does appear that that person, or that Mr. Rogers' registration remained registered, although inactive.
Thank you, Dr. Walden. Ms. Langley, do you have any questions?
No.
I'm hearing none. I do have a few questions, Ms. Batt. So the idea of canceling a voter's registration by operation of law or effective immediately or just by circumstances is not how Oklahoma processes cancellations. Is that what you're saying pursuant to law?
Based upon my understanding of the law and the statutes as written and the rules that further interpret that there is a process involved. It is not by operation of law, but rather notice and then working its way through a regulatory defined process.
So Oklahoma allows for basically due process for voters, that if their registration is going to be canceled for any of these matters that are listed under 26 OS section 4-120, any of those 8 circumstances, a person is still entitled to notice and an opportunity to say, I don't want my registration canceled.
I believe in this particular instance, I don't want to conflate notice and opportunity to be heard as we understand it from the Administrative Procedures Act. Really, I think that if you focus in on the context of an individual that has registered in another state, based upon the statute, that is, and when I say based upon the statute, it is 26 OS 4-120 that states that for purposes of this section, paragraph 5, which is registration in another county or state, shall constitute confirmation that from the voter to cancel his or her registration due to a change of residence. However, we then move on to 4-120.6, which again requires that notice that the state election board receives some notice, presumably from Colorado, to then put said individual on the potential deletions report, which would then go to the county election board to verify that that individual is identifiable on the county election board list prior to removal.
Thank you. Members of the board, anything further from you? Secretary Zerks, do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, I will entertain either a motion to address the petition or a motion to move into executive session from the board members. At this time, I move to deny the petition and retain the contestee as a candidate on the ballot. Is there a second? Dr. Walden.
Second the motion.
We are doing a motion to deny the petition and retain the contestee as a candidate on the ballot. It has been seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. The contestee will remain as a candidate on the ballot. Thank you. I would say Mr. Brady and Mr. Rogers, you both did an excellent job of presenting your side, the law, and your argument. So thank you very much. All right, Mr. Rogers, you may be excused. At this time, we are going to take a short 10-minute break just to allow people to breathe, allow Mr. Ferrari to prepare what he needs to for his next cause. I will entertain a motion at this time for a 10-minute recess. You have a second? I'm going to get a motion for a 10-minute recess. It has been seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 3-0. We are in recess until 11:28. I will entertain a motion to reconvene. Dr. Mull.
I move we reconvene.
We have a second?
I second.
Ms. Langley has seconded the motion. We have a duly made motion to reconvene. It has been seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Langley?
Aye.
The motion carries 3-0, so we are officially reconvened. All right, we are continuing on the docket with cause number 2 in the matter of the contest of candidacy of Kenneth Blevins for the office of State Representative, District 66, Stairs versus Blevins, cause number 2024-02. Will parties and counsel please make their entries of appearance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. AJ Ferrari here on behalf of Representative Clay Stairs. I just want to make sure the board is aware as well. Representative Stairs has a vote to make roughly around noon, so if he leaves, I hope you'll indulge the fact that he's not showing disrespect to the board. He's trying to go fulfill his obligation to vote upstairs, and then he'll be back.
It is our intention to take a lunch break around noon, so hopefully those will dovetail nicely for you. Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. Contestee?
Since my since I can no longer have Chris Powell as a counsel, can I call him as a witness?
Sure. Sure. You just state that you are the contestee on the record for us, please.
My name is Kenneth Blevins. I'm the contestee for, and I find no reason by law or by statute that I should not be allowed to stay on the...
Okay, we're just doing entries of appearance, just standing up, saying who you are and who you represent. So thank you. And you don't represent yourself, is that correct, Mr. Blevins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, at this time, then, we are ready. I want to read contest hearing procedures for everyone. I did it for the first cause, I'll do it for the second cause, because Mr. Blevins, I don't believe you were present. So what we will do is we will do opening statements. The petitioner may make a brief opening statement. If you wish to make an opening statement, you may as well. The burden of the proof is on the petitioner to prove that the contestee is not qualified by law to be a candidate. The petitioner will therefore proceed first in presenting his evidence and witnesses in support of his petition. After the petitioner puts on his case, the contestee, Mr. Blevins, will be given an opportunity to present his evidence and or witnesses. Strict rules of evidence do not apply in administrative proceedings. However, the board can exclude incompetent, irrelevant, immaterial, and unduly repetitious evidence. Exhibits attached to filings are not deemed admitted. Parties will need to seek admission of each exhibit they intend to offer into the record. Testimony of witnesses is taken under oath, which is administered by Secretary Paul Zirix, Secretary of the State Election Board. Members of the State Election Board may ask questions of the petitioner, contestee, witnesses, and counsel. At the conclusion of the hearing, the petitioner and the contestee may be permitted to make brief closing arguments supporting their respective positions. The Election Board will consider the evidence and applicable law and render its decision based on the greater weight of the evidence. As a board, we may vote to 1, sustain the petition and strike the contestee as a candidate from the ballot, or 2, deny the petition and retain the contestee as a candidate on the ballot, or 3, allow the contestee to amend or correct their declaration of candidacy to conform with the law. Legal counsel will assist the board in drafting written findings and orders after the hearings are concluded, which will be submitted to the chair of the board for my signature. All parties will be provided a copy for their records. Please make sure that the clerk to the board, Mr. Dennis, has your correct mailing address and email before you leave today. The cost of the contest will also be deducted or refunded as allowed by law. All right, with that said, at this point, Mr. Ferrari, we will allow you, if you prefer to make an opening statement, you may do so at this time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May it please the board. AJ Ferrari on behalf of Representative Clay Stairs. Representative Stairs is before this board today because his opponent, Kenneth Blevins, failed to provide sufficient valid signatures on his petition of candidacy.
When a candidate comes forward and applies to this board to serve as a candidate in Oklahoma, there are two ways you can do it. You can do it by issuing a check to the board in the amount of $500, or you can do it by petition. And Section 26 OS 5-112 is unequivocal when it requires those filing a petition for candidacy choosing not to pay the $500 registration fee must accompany their declaration by not fewer than 2% of the number of registered voters in the district. In this case, the minimum number of signatures a candidate must have would be 483. While Mr. Blevins submitted 528, we will submit evidence that 85 of these signatures were invalid for the following reasons. 1 did not live in the district. 2 were crossed out on the form. 9 could not be verified due to discrepancies. 16 were illegible and thus unverifiable. And 57 signatories could not be found in the voter file. To succeed in our contention, this board must find that only 46 of the 85 signatories we claim that we call into question are actually valid. And our allegation must be rebutted through evidence by Mr. Blevins. We do not believe that he can overcome the evidence that we provide today and that he should be removed from the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friday. Mr. Blevins.
I'm here today to contest that I should stick on the ballot. By statute and by procedure, I fulfilled the commitment to the number of signatures. It is up to the burden of proof by the petitioner to prove that I did not. And I just, I think the evidence will show that I met the requirements, and that those requirements, that I am by law allowed to be a candidate.
Thank you, Mr. Blevins. All right, at this time, Mr. Friday, would you like to call your first witness, please?
I would. I guess we didn't actually state that at the beginning of this one, but I will have one witness today, and I have prepared at least three pieces of evidence, and there'll be no more than that.
Okay.
And so,
just to be fair, it's 20 till noon. Let's plan on breaking around noon. If you want to tailor how you present your case, knowing that we'll break around noon, that would be fine.
Understand. Based on the argument I believe I'm going to have to make, we're probably just going to jump into a fairly needy set of evidence. And I suppose what I'll do at this time, well, I'll wait until the witness gets up here, and my intent with the evidence I'm going to put on is to go into very detailed pieces of evidence line by line. If I'm getting too heady or whatever, just please, tell me when you want to take a break.
Okay, sure. Call your first witness. Thank you.
I'd like to call Mr. Josh Kraft to the stand, please.
Can you please raise your right hand?
Will the witness please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Joshua Ray Kraft, JOSHUARAYKRAFT.
Do you swear or affirm upon penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
The witness is sworn.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. If you have a cell phone that is on that is making noise, please either turn it off or silence it because it is distracting.
Madam Chair, when I submitted my evidence list, one of the pieces of evidence that we are putting into the record is the election data warehouse voter list for this district. When I discussed this previous to the hearing with the Secretary and the staff on the election board, what they requested was that we provide that piece of evidence on a data stick. I felt it was most appropriate that while Mr. Kraft was under oath that he extract that from his computer before you and provide that while under oath. If that's the way that the board would like me to do that, that's how I'm happy to do it, or we can just simply, during the break, provide that.
Do you have that information on the flash drive that you're holding?
This is an empty flash drive at this point.
Okay. Have you provided a flash drive to the board?
We did not, because I had a discussion with staff about providing it here today.
Is your case based on the evidence as it was on the date of filing, or as the evidence as it is of today?
What we intend to do is take the petitions that were submitted by the contestee, and it's my belief that the testimony from the witness will be to the data file that they pulled roughly about the time that they pulled from the election data warehouse on the election board's website. If you want to take judicial notice of that, I'm fine with that, but we also wanted to make sure that we were being thorough with the record.
Do you agree that if you download that information right now, that it would be slightly different than it would have been on the date that you filed your petition?
It could be, but I believe that the witness will say that he's already downloaded it and used it as part of during his research. He wouldn't download it for you today. He would just simply place the spreadsheet that he has onto a stick.
I appreciate that. Counsel, are you good with us taking judicial notice of the information?
I am.
Okay. At this time, we'll take judicial notice, Mr. Ferrari. Thank you.
Okay, then I will be scratching Exhibit A off of the exhibit list that I provided.
Thank you. And we will note that we have taken judicial notice.
Good morning, Mr. Kraft. It's still morning for a little bit. Are we okay?
1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Why don't we go ahead, even though we're going to take judicial notice, get a download of that spreadsheet so we can at least have something of record and the staff can verify the information.
Okay. Would you like to do that when you take the lunch break?
Yes.
And I can have whomever watch us do it.
That's perfect. Thank you, Mr. Ferrari.
Yeah. Can you please state your name?
Joshua Ray Kraft,
Okay. And where do you reside?
Sand Springs, Oklahoma.
Okay. And have you resided in Oklahoma your entire life?
My entire life, yes.
Okay. Can you give us a little bit of a background on your experience or why you're here today?
Yeah, I've been a Republican Party activist for many years. I have volunteered, I have managed campaigns throughout those years. I have also served as executive director for the state party in Oklahoma.
For the state Republican Party?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you currently work as?
A consultant.
Okay. And you work on behalf of candidates across the state?
Correct, yes.
Okay. This is a point of personal privilege. Who was the favorite state chair that you ever worked for?
Matt Pinnell.
Matt Pinnell? He's lieutenant governor, so I'll take that.
Counselor, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but the golden rule is never ask a question you won't know the answer.
I had a feeling he'd do something snarky. Josh is a good guy. So what is your role on behalf of Representative Stairs?
I oversee his campaign.
Okay. And in overseeing his campaign, you had an opponent filed against him?
Correct.
Okay. And walk us through the process of deciding to challenge. How did it come about that you believed it was necessary to challenge?
Going through the petition, we noticed that there were a lot of discrepancies, unreadable names on that petition, and so we wanted to go ahead and dig in deeper into that to see if they were actually voters of that district.
Okay. And when did the representative file that challenge?
I believe it was the last day of filing challenges, so I believe that was that Friday.
Okay. And why did he wait on that?
Just to make sure that we were able to have, that we saw that there was enough issues with that petition.
So before you undertook the challenge, you began to start to dive into the data?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to hand to you a document. I'm going to hand to you a document that I have pre-labeled as Exhibit B. And as I hand this to you, I'd like you to take a look at it. And after you've taken a look at it, can you please tell me what it is?
It looks like it is the petition that the contestee filed with the state election board.
Okay. I did notice as I was handing it to you that yours does not have yellow markings to be clear in the record. Everyone else's except the witnesses has yellow highlight markings on it. Mr. Kraft, on those, did you make those markings?
I had a small team of volunteers working on this that I supervised. I do take credit for the work that they did on this.
Okay. And so other than the yellow markings, is this an exact copy of the petition that you reviewed?
So I received the petition from Representative Stairs that we received from the election board.
Okay, but this is the document, other than the yellow markings, you have not altered it in any way?
Correct. We added the page numbers to keep track of the pages.
Okay. I'd like to ask at this time that this be admitted as Exhibit B.
Do you have the original petition? Do you have the original petition?
I don't. Other than what's been provided to me here, this is the document that I have.
Have you looked at the original petition?
I have looked at the original petition, and it's my representation that this is the same.
Well, I'm not worried about being the same. I trust you on that, but the quality of what I'm looking at, the copy quality is not that great on this. I would like to see the original petition, and maybe over lunch we can arrange that with the staff of the Secretary of the State Election Board. The other thing is my copy is not highlighted. So if you have highlighted copies that you would like specifically the members of the board to have, we might need to arrange for that over the lunch hour.
I don't know that the highlights are necessary because what I propose is Exhibit C tells you page and line. So I think we'll be okay, but I was just trying to explain if your exhibit did have highlights that it was...
Well, the copy that is going to go with the court reporter into the official record, if it has highlights, I want to be provided a highlighted copy. If the one that goes with the court reporter's official exhibit does not have highlights, I'm fine with how I am.
I don't know whether the one that the court reporter has at the moment is highlighted or not, but I'll arrange for that during...
She doesn't have one.
Oh, okay. Well, it'll be provided during your lunch. Yeah. But let me ask this, or let me say this, Madam Chair. Presuming that we will provide the highlighted portion during lunch, I'd like to ask that Exhibit B be admitted at this time.
Mr. Blevins, do you have an objection to Exhibit B being admitted with or without highlights?
I don't have a copy of it other than...
Have you not been provided copies of the exhibit?
the copy of Exhibit B.
It was provided by email roughly 5 o'clock on Tuesday.
Okay. But do we have an extra copy?
I believe I CC'd Mr. Zirax on that.
That's fine. I'm not questioning that. I just want him to have the benefit of a copy of the exhibit.
A little bit more legible here.
Okay, do you now, Mr. Blevins, do you now have a copy of Petitioner's Exhibit B?
Got it.
Take a one and let me know when you've reviewed it. Have you had the opportunity to review it?
I have, yes.
Do you have any objection to Exhibit B being admitted into evidence?
No.
Hearing no objection, Petitioner's Exhibit B is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kraft, is this the document that you and your volunteers went line by line through?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you go line by line? How did you compare that?
So we compared
the process.
We compared these petitions and these signatures to the Oklahoma State Election Board data warehouse file of House District 66. And what we would do is we would start with their last name, and we would go through that document, an Excel document, and search in that document for last name. If we were unable to find the last name, we would then go to the next step of looking at the street number for the address. If we were not able to find anyone by that way, then we would go ahead and look at the street name. And if we were not able to find them, we would just mark them not there.
Okay, so you're telling me that you went through each data point.
Yes, sir.
That was written on this document in order to find.
Correct. Yeah.
The individual. So you would use the voter's name.
Yes.
And you would use the voter's street address.
Correct.
And you would use, were you provided date of birth? Was there a way to search date of birth in that system?
The petition does not have a area for date of birth, so I was not able to.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's date signed, not date of birth, I'm sorry. If you had had additional data points, would it have been easier for you to do a search?
Absolutely.
Okay. So in the document that I will provide during the lunch break with the highlights on it, your team made those highlights, correct?
Yes.
And why did you highlight those?
Just to know that we can keep track of those individuals that we had questions on.
That you had questions on?
Yes.
So are the highlighted individuals representative of what we will discuss later as the names, or does that fulfill, as I contended in opening argument, there's 85 names. Do the highlighted names all encompass all 85, or are there more highlights?
It should encompass the 85.
Okay, there's still, if we counted, there would be 85.
There should be, yes.
Okay. What time is it? Madam Chair, I know we're getting close to noon. Do you want me to move? I've intended to move on to Exhibit C at the moment and try to bring that into admission. I can move for its admission before we take our lunch break, or I can just wait at this point.
How many pages is Exhibit C?
There's only 4.
Why don't we go ahead and address Exhibit C, and then we can take our lunch break.
Okay. Mr. Kraft, I've handed you another document that I have pre-listed as Exhibit C. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that document that you have?
That is an Excel document that we put together on the names that were highlighted in the petition that we had issues with.
So this is your work product and your team's work product?
Correct.
Okay. And your team are the exclusive ones that worked on this product? Nobody else worked on this?
Correct.
And you believe this to be an accurate copy of the work product that you created?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to move for its admission as Exhibit C.
Do you have any objection, Mr. Blevins?
No objection.
There is no objection. I do have a few questions for the witness regarding this petition. Who made the determination that certain lines were ineligible? It says illegible writing. Who made those determinations?
I would have.
You personally made
Yes.
those determinations?
Yeah. Off of the information that I had in front of me.
Which would have been what?
This information off of the petition and the voter data warehouse file that we worked off of.
All right. There's been, Exhibit C is admitted without objection.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. My next intent is I seek the board's guidance on this. My intent is to go through Exhibit C in comparison to Exhibit B line by line to review each one of these signatures with you. I can go as in the weeds as the board would prefer. but I also don't want to overload you with information that you think is extraneous.
It's your case, and it's your burden.
Fair enough.
So, what I would like to do, I think this is probably a good time if you agree to take a break for lunch.
I do.
What I would like to do over the lunch break is, if you feel it is important for the board members to have highlights on Exhibit B, if you could provide 3 highlighted copies for the board.
Yes.
We would also need the same for the court reporter. I would also like to obtain the original petition, because I would like to be able to look at the original signatures that were provided on that petition. I think that would be beneficial to the board members.
And I think Ms. Rogers is indicating that she has that for us.
All right. And I'm being handed a note that we have a delay on lunch, that it's going to be ready in an hour. So, we can go for another 30 minutes, or we can take a break and then just reconvene about 12:15, or about 1:15.
I believe I can get through the 85 on the list in an hour. I hesitate to say that, but I think I can. So if you would prefer to have the highlighted pages, we could take a break and we can go about making sure that those are arranged for the board. Or if you just want to proceed, then...
What time do you anticipate your client returning?
Let's see, what is it, 11:58? I was told that the vote was going to take place roughly at noon. It doesn't take a real long time to go push a button, but I also don't know what else he had to do in process of that.
Well, it's your case. I will give you the option. We will for sure break at 12:15 if you want to take 15 more minutes to present, or 15 more minutes on lunch break.
Let's go ahead and I'll proceed for the 15 minutes, and then we'll, that works for me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Kraft, we have admitted Exhibit C, and you have Exhibits B and C in front of you, do you not? Correct. Okay. And just to be clear, you used Exhibits B or you created Exhibit C from comparing Exhibit B to the election data warehouse database.
Correct.
And you pulled specifically from which House district?
House District 66.
Okay. And so everybody that you reviewed was who was registered as of the day that you downloaded it. When did you download that database?
So my firm, a team member on my firm has access to that database. They emailed that to us. I don't recall the date, to be honest.
Can you give us a rough estimate?
It would have had to have been Wednesday of last week.
Okay, so the day after the challenge was filed.
Correct.
Is the current date of what you downloaded?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So, Mr. Kraft, let's work off of Exhibit C for a brief moment, and let's go section by section as to how you broke these down and how you arrived at the recommendation that you did. The first section is what?
I cannot verify due to discrepancies in addresses.
Okay, and tell me how many individuals are there in this section?
I should have known to be 9.
To be 9?
Yes.
Okay. And how did somebody in your belief end up in this section?
We might have been able to find their name, but their addresses are different than what they wrote on the petition to what's in the voter file.
Okay. And you have no way or basis of...
No way to verify that is who they say they are.
And that is based purely on address?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we'll go line by line with them after we've gone through the sections. Explain the next section.
Not in the district. So we found an individual, and they were in a different House district.
Okay. If you pulled the House District 66 list and you are saying he's not in the district, but you found him, how did you find him?
We cross-checked it with also the GOP data center.
Okay, so did you cross-check others of these with the GOP?
In some rare cases we did, we just could not absolutely find them, and we went down rabbit holes, yes.
Okay, and where does the election data center retrieve their information from?
The election?
I'm sorry. Where does the GOP data center retrieve its information from on its system?
They retrieve that information from the Oklahoma State Election Board warehouse.
Okay. Can you explain the next section, please?
Marked down petitions, so those two individuals, there was a line through strikeout on those individuals.
Okay, so when you say marked out, there was just a crossed line through the person?
Correct.
And what did you believe that to mean?
I honestly didn't have any thoughts on that. I just took it as there was a mistake made on that individual.
You took it as a mistake,
yes.
Like that person
was not able to be verified by the petitioner.
Okay. What about the next section?
Illegible writing cannot verify voters.
Okay. And how many did you have in that section? I believe in my argument I say there was 16.
I showed 17.
Okay, well, I'm an attorney, so I don't do math, so
that's understandable.
I'll trust your judgment. How did you determine whether it was illegible writing? What attempts did you take to determine the person before you determined it to be illegible writing?
Well, just to be honest, some people just have horrible handwriting, and I'm not the best, reader when it comes to handwritings. We would try every possible way to try to figure out their last name or their first name, and we just could not figure it out. We couldn't find them.
Okay. So you didn't just necessarily look at the line and say, can't read it?
No, we would try numerous ways to see if a name would pop up that would resemble their name that was written down on the sheet.
Okay. And then by my count, I believe the next section has roughly 57 people in it. If I'm wrong on that, please correct me. But what is the next section?
It says cannot find person who signed petition in election for voter file.
Okay. Now, earlier on the first page of this, you had a list that said not in the district.
Correct.
Did you do a cross-reference of the people in this section on something like the GOP data center to try to find them?
Again, as much as we possibly could if we went down that rabbit hole.
Okay. And did you?
As much as we possibly could.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you just could not find these people in the state system?
We might have found names that were similar, addresses could be wrong, or we just couldn't find them in the system at all.
But you could not?
We just couldn't find them in the system at all.
But to be sure, you could not find them in House District 66?
Correct.
Okay. Madam Chair, I think it might make sense for us to take our break now before we go line by line. I think I've gone about as far as I can with the exhibit at this point.
Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt.
Before you move on, may I ask a clarifying question of Mr. Courtney?
Absolutely.
Counsel, I just wanted to clarify, where did the data come from? I think your witness mentioned that he got it from somebody that had access to EDW.
Yes, a team member in our firm has access to that.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
With that, I will entertain a motion to take a lunch recess. It is now 12:06. That we would meet back here at 1:15. Dr. Alden. Okay, Dr. Alden, we need to take a lunch recess until 1:15. Ms. Lamley, do you second?
I second.
We have a duly made motion and a second for lunch recess until 1:15. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden? Aye. Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you back here at 1:15. We are back in session. I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
Madam Chairman, I move we reconvene the session.
We have a motion to reconvene. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Mullen has seconded the motion, so we have a motion to reconvene which has been seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. So thank you everyone and welcome back. Mr. Ferrari, I have something I want to take care of with you. So we took judicial notice prior to break of the entirety of the election data warehouse. So I want to clarify, if you are relying on a portion of the electronic data warehouse, that will need to be admitted as a separate exhibit so that we have a proper record.
Okay, we can do that. We were prepared to provide that on a data stick after the break, and we're supposed to have that now. But then I wasn't clear on what we were doing with that at this point, so we haven't actually provided it yet, but I'm happy to have that transferred from Mr. Kraft's computer into a data stick that we would call Exhibit A, and we would refer, and what that is specifically is the election data warehouse data that was reviewed by Mr. Kraft and his team, and it was retrieved on Tuesday of last week. And so I'm more than happy to provide that. However, whether you want me to take a quick break and pull it up, or whether you want to do it right here in front of you.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you can do it since we just reconvened here in front of us.
Okay.
But can we label that as Exhibit A?
Absolutely. That was my intent, was for that to be.
I think that's where we started and we got a little off track, and I think we were kind of having two different conversations.
Okay.
So let's do that. And then Mr. Blevins is going to need to have full access to that information for purposes of cross-examination.
How do do you have a computer? How do we provide that to him, other than reviewing it on Mr. Kraft's computer?
Do you have access to a
I do have
laptop?
access to a
If
laptop.
you have a flash drive, are you able to review that, Mr. Blevins, on the laptop? Mr. Blevins?
Yes.
Okay. So he has indicated that he will be able to review it because he has his own laptop.
Okay. So let me do this for the record. Mr. Kraft, welcome back.
Thank you.
Am I holding in my hand your personal laptop or your professional laptop?
It's professional laptop, yes.
Okay. And you use this for work? Okay. And for the purposes of this hearing, what is on here that before I hand it to you?
There could be confidential files regarding to clients and stuff of that nature, but also the House District 66 voter file.
Okay. And you attest that this will be the voter file that you actually use?
Correct,
in
yes.
research? Okay.
And I do want to remind the witness, you understand that you're still under oath?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to hand you your laptop now, and I have inserted a thumb drive. Once you open this up, would you please verify that the thumb drive is currently empty? Okay.
It is not, because I already had moved that into that thumb drive.
It is not because I already had.
Moved that into the thumb drive.
And just a reminder for everyone, let's not talk over each other, and if you can talk clearly into the mic and slowly, and it might help if you direct your testimony more towards the court reporter so she can see your lips and hear clearly. That might help as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I actually put the file into the thumb drive, which is ID'd as no name. There's no other files on that thumb drive.
Would you be willing to open that thumb drive so that the board can see, just generically, that the data that's included in that file?
I'll reopen that for you guys. Excuse me. So you will see there's no other data.
Do you mind showing that, published in that list, please? We also published to the contestee, please.
How would would you like to receive this? Would you like to insert Exhibit A into your computer to retrieve it?
That works for you. That does work, yes.
All right, is that acceptable?
Mr. Blevins, what would you like?
We actually have a copy of the same document. I think it was downloaded at a slightly later date.
I want you to have the exact document that's going to be admitted into evidence. I think that's only fair and that's appropriate for this. Okay, please don't talk over me. It's only fair that you have the exact same information that is being offered as an exhibit. So how would you like to retrieve that? Do you have a flash drive that we can put it on? Do you want to take this flash drive and put it on your computer? How would you like to accomplish this information getting onto your personal laptop?
We can copy it from that thumb drive.
So you want to copy the flash drive and then we'll put it on your laptop? Okay.
So is this on here?
I'm going to eject that from the computer. You are safe to remove that.
Okay. It currently does not have an exhibit letter on it, so I'm going to label it Exhibit A at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. So if we can let the record reflect that Mr. Blevins is now inserting the flash drive that has been labeled an open session as Exhibit A, Petitioner's Exhibit A, into his personal laptop to copy the information so that he has full access and availability to that information.
And while he's doing that, I will note that during the break, I have provided to each of the board members a color copy of Exhibit B. I know the witness and counsel for the board also received copies of that, as did the contestee.
Yes, thank you.
Who should I provide this to?
You can provide it to me.
Okay.
The secretary has been handed a copy of Exhibit A.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. Mr. Blevins, did you obtain a full copy of the petitioner's exhibit number, or letter A?
I'm working on verifying that.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Ferrari has provided a copy of a flash drive of petitioner's exhibit A to the secretary.
It appears that the whole file is here.
So you received a full copy of Petitioner's Exhibit A at this time? All right, let the record reflect that Mr. Blevins has a full and complete copy of Petitioner's Exhibit A on his personal laptop and full access to that information. Thank you, Mr. Ferrari. With that, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Kraft.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back. Just to provide a guide to you and to the court and a refresher, we will be working off Exhibit B and C. Can you make sure that you have copies of those in front of you?
I have C and I have the new
copy of B with color highlights on it. Correct, yes.
Mr. Ferrari, did you intend to offer Exhibit A into evidence?
Thank you very much. We talked about it so much that I would like to move it into evidence.
Do you mind just laying a clear foundation with him before you offer?
Sure. What is the proposed Exhibit A?
That would be the House District 66 file from the Oakland State Election Board voter warehouse.
Okay, and how did you acquire that?
Required it from a team member of the firm I work for. They downloaded that.
Okay, and what is the approximate date and time that you were provided that?
I would say it would be April 9th.
Okay, and do you have any knowledge or familiarity with when it was pulled from the election data warehouse?
It would be the same day.
Okay. Okay. At this time, I move that Exhibit A be entered into the record.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Blevins, do you have any objections?
No.
Before that's admitted, I have a couple of questions. Who is the specific team member that pulled that information?
It was emailed me from my boss, Holly Gerard.
Could you spell the first and last name, please?
HOLLYGERARD, I believe.
And was she the only one that worked on pulling that database?
As far as I know.
Are any other members of the board or council have questions for the witness or here before we address admitting or denying the Petitioner's Exhibit A? No. So, having no objection to Petitioner's Exhibit A, it is admitted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Kraft, what we're going to do is I'd like to walk you through Exhibit C, and we're going to reference the names on Exhibit C in comparison to the appropriate page that you've mentioned within Exhibit B. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay. So why don't we start at the top of Exhibit C on the first line. Would you agree with me that your team has provided the page number and the line number for each individual?
Yes.
Okay. And when you have page number, that refers to the page number that your team has written at the top of each sheet, correct? Okay. And the line number refers to the line within the petition on the specific page that you refer to. Correct. Okay. So, for example, on the first grouping, you said you cannot verify due to discrepancies in address. You have page 5, line 10. So if I go to the page number that your team wrote at the top of that page on page 5 and go to line 10, I will find a highlighted name that matches Dustin Smith. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. We're going to speed this process up. I'm just doing this for the first one just so everybody's clear about the process that we're going to follow.
Counselor, I am not tracking. So I'm going to have a little clearer direction on what I'm looking at. And
okay.
Exhibit B is the highlighted one that you gave to me.
That's correct.
After lunch, all right. And so we're looking at Petitioner's Exhibit C, which is the witness's spreadsheet.
Yes.
And I didn't track what the page and the line refer to.
Okay. So on Exhibit C, let's look at the very first name on the top of Exhibit C. There's a gentleman named Dustin Smith listed there on that one. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Next to that is a page number that says 5 in the first column. So if you flip in Exhibit B to page 5,
All right, I follow now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Kraft, I go to page 5, line 10 on your spreadsheet, and then I look on the Declaration of Candidacy at page 5, line 10. I find the same person, same address listed, correct? Correct. Okay. And you said that you cannot verify due to discrepancies in address. Can you please explain that to me?
Yeah, so the address that this gentleman actually put down is different than the address that's in the voter file. And so I cannot verify that is the same person.
Okay. Let's move down to the next one. Ms. Shannon Neal, page 8, line 1. According to the petition for candidate, Exhibit B, Ms. Shannon Neal is listed as 901 North McKinley Avenue in Sand Springs, which matches the same information you have on your spreadsheet. Again, would you say that there was a discrepancy in the election data warehouse data?
Yes, that would mean that what was in the data file was different than what this voter put on the petition.
Okay. Let's go to the next one, page...
Counselor,
Yes.
excuse me, we have a question that has arisen from the Secretary regarding the testimony. I think it'll be easier to clear it up on this line right now instead of getting through all the portion track.
My question is this, and I just want to make sure I understand. So both on Dustin Smith and Shannon Neal, your testimony is that you were able to find persons with those names, but a different address.
Correct. I could not verify that was the same person because the addresses were not the same according to the voter file.
So a Dustin Smith at 123 Main Street, for example, might be in the voter file. I don't know what that address would be. But you're saying that since it did not match 2013 North Highway 97, your testimony is that there's no way for you to know whether that's the same individual.
Correct. There's not enough data points to verify.
Thank you.
That raises an interesting point. Stepping away for a second, I believe there was a state statute consideration of the legislature to expand the data points on this recently, was it not?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Okay, we went through Dustin Smith and Shannon Neal, did we not? Correct. I need to put check marks here as we're doing this. Let's go to page 23, line 2 next. And you have a gentleman named David, I apologize, we're going to go through this and I'm sorry if I offend anybody by the mispronunciation of their name, but David Polasek, 507 North Birch Avenue in Sand Springs. You found this individual in the voter record, but you determined you couldn't verify him due to discrepancies. What was that discrepancy?
The address was different on the petition than what it was in the voter file.
Okay. We stay here for the next one on page 23, line 8. Mr. Greg Lee is listed at 884 Hilltop Street in Sand Springs. You listed there being a discrepancy. Correct. And what was that discrepancy?
Again, the address was different than what they signed on the petition than what was in the actual voter file.
Okay. We stay on page 23. We go to line 13. Miss Diana Phillips, 1624 Holly in Sand Springs. Can you comment on the discrepancy?
Again, the address what they signed on the petition was different than what was in the voter file.
And I recognize, Mr. Kraft, that we may be a little bit repetitive on some of these, but we're doing this just to get it in the record.
Absolutely.
The next one, Mr. Trey Belden, is on page 26, line 9. He's listed at 605 North Birch. Can you comment on why he was entered onto this list?
Again, not enough data points. The address listed on the petition was different than what the address was listed in the voter file.
Okay. We next go to page 32, line 12. Oh, I'm sorry, line 11. Alex Adams of 1122 West Beach Street. Can you please comment on why that person is included here?
Because the address is different than what they put in the voter file, according to what I see.
Okay. We stay on, well, we don't. We go to page 34, line 12 for the next person. Teresa Guthrie, 805 Cedar Avenue in Sand Springs. Can you please comment on why you included that person?
Again, the address that is on the petition is different than what was in the voter file.
Okay. And the last one of this section is page number 35, line 11. Mr. Tommy Wilson at 1119 North Maple. Can you please explain why you included that person?
The address that was on the petition is different than what was in the voter file.
Okay. Now, you use the election data warehouse as your verifying device for these individuals. And did you take any other additional steps, or did you work to verify these more than once, or was there?
Yes, sir. We went through the list multiple times, over numerous days.
Okay. We move on to the next person. That is on page 4, line 4. You have this one in a different standalone section. Can you explain why Mr. David Duvall of 61 Cedar in Sand Springs is listed on this list?
That he does not live in the district.
Okay. And here you have listed on your work product House District 35.
Correct.
And you said that you were able to cross-check that one through
the GOP Data Center database.
And consistent with your testimony this morning, where does the GOP Data Center database get their information?
They receive their data from the Oklahoma State Election Board data warehouse. They do that across the country with the election boards and secretaries of state.
Okay.
That's where they get the information from.
Okay, and that was the only one in that section.
Mr. Crowley, you have a question from the Secretary of State, please.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand your testimony here. You're saying that you found this address in another source that has not been admitted, but my question to you is, was this searched in the House District 66 database?
No.
So there was no effort to find Mr. Duvall in the House District 66 database?
We did try to find him, but we went and dug in deeper and found him in the GOP Data Center as living in House District 35.
So I'm going to ask you a couple of yes or no questions. The first yes or no question, did you search the House District 66 voter list for Mr. David Duvall Jr.?
Yes.
Did you find Mr. David Duvall Jr. in the House?
One of our team members.
Let me finish, please. Did you find Mr. David Duvall Jr. in the House District 66 voter list?
Yes, one of our team members have found him in there, yes.
In the House District 66 voter list?
I believe so.
Thank you.
So to clarify.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You keep referring to your team members. How many members are on your team?
There were 3.
I have Holly Jordan. Who are the other 2 members?
Rhonda Vermont Smith and Katie McCorkle.
Can you spell Ron's name first and last name?
RONDAVIUILLEMONT -Smith
And the second member?
Katie, Katie, McCorkle, McCorkle.
Thank you.
So So I want to clarify following the questions of Mr. Xerox.
One moment, please, sorry, we have another question from the board.
Sure.
Well, I wasn't sure I'm following this in the proper context. At the outset of the information provided for the petition, you used the figure that there were 483 signatures, the rest of those were required. That's the number I'm kind of looking at, 483. What you're showing back here in Table C suggests that there were these many that you could not locate of that 483.
So to be clear, we believe that there were 528 names submitted by Mr. Blevins. There was only 483 necessary in order to meet the threshold to be a candidate.
So 528 were submitted.
Yes.
483 is required.
Yes.
And
we will,
by my not particularly adequate count back here on C, it looks to me you have approximately 100 that you're challenging. Is that a good guess?
my count that I've been relying on is about 85, and we need to, the board needs to recognize at least 46 of those in order for my argument to be successful today.
Any further questions from council or board? All right, with that, thank you, Mr. Friday, you may continue.
Sure. In light of Mr. Xerox's questions of you that somebody did find Mr. Duvall in the House District 66 voter list, should he be removed? Should I remove him from this chart?
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Okay. You were asked by Mr. Xerox, first of all, did you find him in the voter list? And then I believe that the second question from him was, did you find him anywhere in the House District 66 list? And your answer was yes, that one of your team members did find him in the House District 66 list. Because of that, should he be removed from this chart, from your work product on C?
Yes, we can remove him.
Okay. So, just for clarity of the board and the contestee, we are no longer challenging Mr. Duvall.
And council, that would be on your Exhibit C, that would be the third box down, the first name, page 4, line 2, David Duvall.
I think that we are referring to page 4, line 4, the not in the district.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification.
Yeah. The next question, ironically, involves, to the chair's note, Mr. David Duvall on page 4, line 2. You have him listed out as a marked out petition. Is that, from the evidence, I guess I glean on here that it was because his name was crossed out on here. Correct. Let me ask you this, was that name counted in the total 528?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to page number 38, line 2. Kathy Pfeiffer, it appears from my view of page 38, line 2, that she started to write her information and then it's crossed out. Your team was suggesting that that was a marked out line.
Correct, that was a strikeout, but that's the way we took it, yes.
Okay. Her name is listed on the next line, page 38, line 3. It appears in full. I suppose your contention would be that if that strike through is counted as one of the 538, it should not be counted as one of the 538 because of the strike through.
Correct.
Okay. Your next section that we discussed earlier is illegible writing cannot verify the voter. We discussed it at a fairly lengthy set of testimony about how you arrived at the illegible writing. Can you briefly summarize the steps, again, that you took to determine, to finally rule something illegible?
I mean, we were not able to, I mean, we searched by first name, last name, by the street number, by the street name, trying to figure out any similarities to any of these names that were on this, and if we were not able to find them, or we just could not figure it out, we determined they were ineligible, or we just couldn't read their writing.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So let's go through this section of illegible writing, and then the board can determine for themselves whether or not it's illegible writing. We start on page 1, line 4. And it says Trevor Grand something. The address there looks somewhat legible, but were you able to try to review that address for somebody named?
I tried. The street number looks to be 529. Again, the writing is very hard to read.
Okay. The next one is page 17, line 9. You were able to make out the J and the T of the first initial and the first initial of the last name. Correct. In that. Again, just so we're being thorough and very clear, you tried multiple different searches of the name and different combinations of the address, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I have a question for the witness. The copy that I'm looking at is very difficult to read. Were you working with a cleaner copy when you were trying to make out these names?
It's very similar. This is what I was given to work off of.
Did you ever come to the state election board and look at the original to see?
I did not know.
Please let me finish my question. Did you ever personally come to the Oklahoma State Election Board to look at the original to see if you could better read the names and if they were any more legible on the original petition?
I did not know.
Do you think that would have been a prudent thing to do?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let's look at line 18, or page 18, line 14. Do you have any comment on this one?
Again, it's very hard to read.
Okay. And you had a similar view on line 15 of page 18.
Again, very hard to read.
Okay. The next one is page 22, line 7. And it looks like you were had made were able to at least make out the first name and maybe the last name on this one, or attempted to.
Yes, we did attempt to. We could tell it starts with the C and the J, but after that it was very hard to read.
Okay. The next one is the same page, page 22, line 10. KYELEMCC.
Yeah, the name was to me to be Kyler, and then MCC, and after that, again, it's very hard to read.
Okay. Page 24, line 3. I think you made a little bit more than I was able to, or I'm even able to as I'm looking here at it.
It clearly looks like a K-I-R-A as Kyra, but the last name, I cannot make out now.
Page 26, line 13. As far as the address, it looks like, searching the address or the name, there could have been different search methods for that one?
Correct, yes. Again, that looks that last name is hard to read.
Page 29, line 1.
Very hard to read, again.
Page 29, line 13. This one looks like it had a little bit clearer address on it.
The address looks to be 25 West 32nd Court, but the name is again hard to read.
So in other words, you weren't able to match the name to anybody that you searched at 25 West 32nd Court?
Correct.
Okay. Page 36, line 4. I can make out 1006 North Maple. Something.
Counselor, if you would just please ask the question.
Can you provide any background as to this one?
The trouble with this one was the last name was difficult to read on the last name.
Same page, line 8. Can you please provide your analysis of why this one was stuck on your list?
The handwriting is very difficult to read on that one also.
We stay on the same page, line 10. Can you please provide your analysis of that line?
Yes, the last name is difficult to read in that one also.
Okay. Next, we go to page 37. There are 3 of them, it seems like, on page 37. We start at line 5. Can you please provide your analysis of line 5?
Again, I cannot read that.
Do you have another answer in relation to lines 7 or 14?
I do not. They are difficult to read.
Okay. And the last one of this section is page 40, line 5.
Again, the last name is difficult to read.
Okay, and that was the last one of the section on illegible writing, correct?
Correct.
And so if I am correct in that section, there was 17 in that section, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the next section. Cannot find person who signed petition in election board voter file. Can you refresh the board as to the basis of people in this section?
Again, we searched them to the best of our abilities with the tools that we had. With the voter file, we were either not able to find them in general in the file, or they had, again, some of these should have been put into not able to find, discrepancies in the address, or, can't read their names, but we just couldn't locate them in the file in some form or way.
Okay, thank you. Let's go through this one. It appears that this section in particular is fairly long. I think there's approximately 56 or 57 people in this section, correct?
I believe so, correct.
Okay. And so let's start on page 1, line 3. Mr. Quincy Patrick. What is your testimony related to Mr. Patrick?
Searched him by the street number and the address, and was not able to locate him at that address.
Okay. Line 5, same page, Mr. Harrell. What is your comment on Mr. Harrell?
Couldn't find him in the file, and apologize, there's so many of these, I'm trying to go back and remember exactly on all of them.
No, that's understandable, and I appreciate you doing that. Line 11, Sarah Wicker.
Again, I remember searching for this one. The address, could not find her located at that address in the voter file.
The next one, line 14, Chris Ritter. What is your analysis?
I believe we could not find him in the voter file. Again, we searched by the street number and address for these individuals to see if their names would even pop up at that address.
Page 2, line 7. You have a page marker on here. What was your analysis and conclusions here?
Did not find any individual by the name of Page in the voter file. First name of Page.
Okay. The next one is on page 3, line 7.
Again, that one, I don't even know what that name is to verify. And again, we searched by street number and address, and it did not come back to anybody by that name.
It's your testimony that there was not an Angela registered to vote at that address?
Correct.
Page 5, line 6.
Again, searched this individual, could not find an individual in the voter file by this name at all.
Page 7, line 2.
Could not find Mr. Bailey in the voter file.
As a moment to pause, a person on a petition, is there a requirement that they put their registered voter registration address on this form?
According to the petition that I have in front of me, it says voter signature and voter name. So I would assume that would mean how they are registered.
What about the voter's street address?
I would assume where they're registered as you know, what's on their voter ID is what I would assume.
Okay. Page 7, line 6.
This individual, I don't believe we found him, but he also put same in the voter's name, so I cannot verify him.
Page 7, line 9. What is your comment to that? To why you have that person on your list?
Again, what I want to read, we determined it was Strickland, but we did not find an individual with the first name.
Page 8, line 3. What is your comment as to Mr. Pierce?
I do not believe we found that individual in the voter file.
Okay. Page 8, line 12, same page. There's a person, Haley Wittenberg. What is your analysis?
I believe that we did not find anyone with that name in the voter file.
Okay. Page 9, line 3, Melissa Timmons. What is your analysis of that individual?
I believe on that one, it was, the address was different, I believe, on that one.
Okay, the individual was not at that?
Correct, yes.
How did you go about finding that person if they're in the section that says cannot find person who signed petition in election board voter file?
Can you repeat that question?
So your answer to me on Ms. Timmons was that we could not find her at that address. Did you find her at another address? In other words, You have her in the section that says cannot find person who signed petition in election board voter file. Did you find her in another address in the district?
I do believe we did find her at another address in the district. Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so Melissa Timmons actually should not be in this section of your analysis, but does belong on the spreadsheet.
It should, yes, correct.
Okay. What about the next line, page 9, line 4, is Garrett Timmons, who seems to be registered at the same address. What, is it the same answer as you have for Melissa?
On this one, I do not know.
Okay. Page 9, line 7, Charles Walker, what is your analysis of that individual line?
Again, I do not believe we located him in that file.
Okay. And then page 9, line 8, Chris Cater. What is your analysis of that individual?
Again, I believe we were not able to find him in the voter file.
Okay. We now move on to page 10, line 1. What is your analysis of why you believe that person is improper?
Again, we were not able to find this individual in the voter file by that name.
Okay. Page 10, line 7. What is your analysis?
Again, I believe that we were not able to find that individual in the voter file.
Okay. Page 10, line 8. What was the analysis or conclusion that you reached at?
Again, I believe that we were not able to find that individual in the voter file.
Okay. And
Excuse me, if I may, a question for the witness. I am a little bit confused by your testimony because this is a spreadsheet that you put together, or your team put together for you, correct?
Correct.
So I am unsure why you're saying I believe versus stating it as a fact. Because are you asking me to rely on this information as factual or just your best guess? Because when I hear I believe, it tells me that you're not 100% sure of what you're testifying to. And I don't think that is the intent of the testimony that's being obtained by Mr. Ferrati. Am I correct, Mr. Ferrati?
so my question is that we are advancing this as the analysis and work of the team. They are advancing this as their research and belief, is my understanding. I suppose, if you'll allow me to ask the witness, do you stand behind this work, or are you concerned that there may be issues with it?
I stand behind it. Again, there were multiple names. Obviously, trying to remember every one of these, I do struggle with remembering all of these on what the decision was on questioning them.
So what you're trying to do is you're trying to remember each and every minute little instance on every name.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you say I believe, you're not saying that in a way to suggest you have doubt.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrati.
Yes, thank you. We are on page 10, line 10. Please provide your analysis and/or conclusions on that line.
Again, trying to go back and remember on this, do not recall finding this individual in the voter file.
There is no particular basis for you to believe that you had any doubt about this?
Correct.
Okay. Page 11, line 5, Winter Frost, what were your conclusions and/or analysis on Mr. Frost?
Did not find anyone in the voter file.
Okay. What about line 6, same page?
Could not find anyone by the name of Gypsy in the voter file.
Did you find anybody with that last name?
I do not remember finding anybody with that last name.
Okay. Line 15, same page, Valerie Barker. Can you please provide your conclusions and/or analysis of that line?
I do recall that there were several Barkers in the voter file. I do not recall seeing Valerie in the voter file.
We go to page 12, line 3. What are your conclusions or analysis on line 3?
Again, I do not recall finding anyone in the voter file with that name.
Okay. Same page, line 7. Can you please, same question.
I do not recall us finding anyone by that name, Jeremy.
And when you say that, tell me how, on a specific name, how many people were looking at these lines throughout your analysis and process of the voter list?
2 to 3 of us.
So it was more than one person?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you were checking each other's work?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Page 12, line 12. What was your conclusions or analysis?
Again, we searched the last name of this one and did not find this individual.
Okay. Page 13, line 10, same question.
Again, searched the database, did not find an individual with that name.
Page 14, line 1, what were your conclusions or analysis of this line?
Again, I do not recall us finding an individual by that name.
Page 14, line 8, same question.
Again, I remember searching this one, last name Kaywood. I do not remember finding Sean in that voter file.
You did find Kaywoods?
Yes, I believe there was 2 or 3 of them actually.
Were there any that you could maybe glean may have been Sean in that instance?
Not that I was aware. Yeah, not that I was aware of.
Okay. Same page, page 14, line 14. What were your thoughts and analysis there?
Again, we're not able to find anyone by those names.
And is that the same as line 15, who seems to be registered at the same address?
Correct.
Okay. We now move to page 17, line 4. What are your thoughts and analysis on that one?
Again, looking, do not believe we were able to find an individual by that name.
Page 17, line 6, same question.
Could not find an individual by that last name or that first name.
We go to page 18. And when you, just to refresh, when you say I believe, you're not expressing doubt about your conclusion?
Correct.
Okay. Page 18, line 3. What was your thoughts, analysis, or conclusions on this line?
I could not find an individual by that name.
Okay. Same page, line 6. Same question.
I could not find an individual by that name.
Okay, we moved to page 19, and there were several on page 19, it appears. I think lines 1 and 2 can be addressed jointly due to the same address. Can you provide your analysis on?
Looked up the last name, do not remember seeing a last name of Marlon in the file.
Okay. Same question, line 6.
I remember looking that one up. Do not recall seeing a name of Cody Smith in the voter file.
Line 8, let's see. Yeah, line 8. Same question, your thoughts on that?
There was numerous individuals with the last name Burns in the voter file, but do not recall finding a Michael Burns in that voter file.
Did you find and perhaps a Michelle?
Do not recall finding Michelle.
No, okay. Number 9, line 9 of page 19, what were your thoughts, conclusions, and analysis?
Again, could not find an individual with that name.
Okay. The final line on page 19 seems to be line 15, same question.
Searched this one numerous times as Bateman, and could not find a Mr. Donald Bateman in the file.
Were you, I'm sorry. And then on page 22, line 1, we have a June date. And can you please provide your conclusion?
Again, searched that one several times, could not find an June Bateman in the voter file.
Okay. We go to page 23, line 14. What are your thoughts, conclusions, and analysis on that?
Can you repeat the page? I'm sorry.
Page 23, line 14.
Last name of Lancaster, I do not remember locating a Mr. James Lancaster in the voter file.
Okay. Page 24, line 15, Lisa Ward, same question.
Lisa Ward could not, first off, could not find a street with that street name, first off, in the voter file, and so I could not find her.
Page 25, line 13.
I could not find the Chisholms in the voter file.
Okay, so for Kyle and then Kayla on line 14 of page 25, your testimony is the same that you...
Correct. I do want to point that there were multiple Chisholms in the voter file.
It appears we're almost done with this this testimony. Page 26, line 9. What were your thoughts and analysis and conclusions there?
Again, could not verify that this person was not in the voter file.
Okay. Same on line 12, same question.
Could not find an individual with the last name of Edwards, Cassandra Edwards, in the voter file.
What about line 15? Were you able to come to any conclusions there?
No.
Page 28, line 5.
Could not locate this individual in the voter file.
Okay. Same question for line 14.
Again, searched multiple times on this individual, could not find them in the voter file or determine their address.
Page 29, line 13. What were your thoughts and analysis on this line?
Recalling, I do not believe we were able to find this individual in the voter file.
Was there anything in particular that sticks out on the name or anything like that as you searched?
No, sir.
Okay. Page 31, line 6.
If I recall, do not remember finding anyone by that name.
Okay. We're in the home stretch here, page 32, line 3.
Do not recall finding anyone.
Okay, what about line 12? Line 12, same question.
Again, searched the last name of Adams, did not find an individual by the name of Chance.
Page 34, line 8, what is your conclusions on that one?
Again, I could not find an individual by that last name in the voter file.
Okay, same question for line 13.
Again, could not find an individual by that name in the voter file.
Page 36, line 4 is the final one that we're analyzing in this section.
Again, could not find, I believe that gentleman, because I looked multiple times for Mr. Tom Wilson. Do not remember finding him in the voter file.
What about a Jordan Hooker, page 36, line 4? That appears to be the name that I'm finding on page 36, line 4.
Again, I think that we addressed that one in the handwriting, that we had trouble figuring out what his last name was.
Okay, we did, you have them on here twice. Excuse me for one moment, please.
Sure, sure.
Thank you for the latitude on that, Madam Chair. So we completed our review through your analysis and your team, the work that your team did that you are here to testify to. Is there anything in this list that you have doubt about?
No, I just want to point out we tried our best to work through this list.
Okay. And is there any reason to believe that any of this work was done in an untoward way, or were you trying to do this to the best of your ability?
We were trying to do this to the best of our ability.
And do you stand behind the work that you have testified to today?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness at this time. I turn them over for cross-examination.
Okay. I think at this time it would be appropriate to take our afternoon break. If I can have a motion, we will break for 10 minutes. We have a motion for a 10-minute break.
I second.
We have a second. Duly made motion and second. Will the clerk call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lemley?
Aye.
All right, we are in recess until 2:30. This time I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
Madam Chairman, I move we reconvene.
We have a motion to reconvene. Dr. Malden?
Second.
We have a second. Will the clerk call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Mr. Krabs, I will remind you that you remain under oath. At this time, I will ask if the board members have any question for this witness. Dr. Malden?
I want to check my numbers here just to see if I'm following this correctly. I've written down 528 as the number of names that were submitted by the contestee. I've written down 483 is the number that the petitioner says is the minimum required of signatures on the petition. And then your challenges, or whatever we choose to call your Exhibit C, addresses 85. And those 85 are presenting challenges. Is that the proper way to look at them? As challenges to the 528 that were submitted?
Yes.
Okay. So, by simple arithmetic, and I didn't do all that well in arithmetic, but it looks to me like 45 is kind of the dividing number. 45, 46, somewhere in there. I heard someone say, perhaps the counselor, that it would take 46 added to what they would need to qualify by filing by petition. Is that, I'm just checking out my...
Is that a question?
Yes, that would be a question for you, sir.
I didn't hear what you said.
Thank you.
Let's do this. Do you know the specific numbers, or are you relying on counsel for that?
I believe the number was 45 or 46 was the number.
Okay.
And so, Dr. Malden, I believe, based on the answer you just heard, if you deem 46 of these names to be improper on their petition, that means that this board should remove the candidate from the candidate list.
46 and not 45.
I can sit down and do the math very quickly, but I think 45 gets them to the threshold. I think 46 is the number that puts them under the threshold.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the witness?
Good afternoon, Josh.
Hello.
I've been in the election warehouse a time or two, and sometimes it was hard to find names. They can be elusive at times, so I have a couple of clarifying questions. Where you couldn't read the names, did you check the addresses also? And you either couldn't read the addresses or you couldn't find an actual address?
So,
maybe coincided with the name.
So there were times that we couldn't even read the street, the address number or the name. But yes, we would cross-check the street number, see if that pulled up the name that resembled what was written on the petition or the street name in the Excel file.
So if you were able to find the addresses that were legible, were they different names? Were you actually able to find the addresses? I mean, I don't know. We're just talking about illegible names, but we really didn't talk about the addresses, so I'm just curious if there was...
So there were instances where we did find individuals by the address, and we were able to match that name to that individual. And obviously they were not put on this list.
Okay, and then when you're checking in various ways, like District 66 list, whole county, or did you just look with one qualifier?
I just looked within House District 66 list. In that one instance of Mr. Duvall Jr., we did cross-check in the GOP data center to double-check.
Okay. And, hold on. Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for you. What is your understanding of the requirements for a signature on a petition that is filed on behalf of a candidate? What does the law require? What is your understanding of what needs to be ascertainable?
The voter's name, according to what I think is on this petition, is the voter's signature, voter's name, and the voter's address.
Do you think that if a person who signed the petition subsequently moved to a different house but remained within that house district, that their name should be stricken from the signatures attached to the petition?
I believe they should have put down what was on their voter ID card, because that would have been the easiest way for us to be able to identify that person.
Do you agree that it is possible that some of these individuals that signed the petition may actually reside in the district, even though it's not accurately reflected on the voter ID card?
I could agree with that, yes.
And it's your opinion that those names should be stricken because it doesn't match the voter registration?
I would agree with that opinion.
Likewise, if you have a woman whose name is on here and subsequently married after she signed this, her name would change, and yet her name would not match the name on these signatures, do you think her name should be stricken?
I would agree with that, yes.
That what?
That it should be stricken from, because it, again, doesn't match the voter file, what we went off of.
Okay, so is it fair to say that your testimony is that you were interpreting the requirements of Oklahoma law to be a strict interpretation, that the signatures on the Declaration of Candidacy must strictly comply with the actual name, the actual address?
I would believe that, yes.
What about somebody who signs this petition with their nickname? Like if somebody goes by Pete, but his formal name is something different on the registration card, do you think that individual's name should be stricken?
I do, because I wouldn't know that information. I'm going strictly off of what is provided on the petition against the voter database.
You said several times that nobody at that particular address could be identified. Other times you said there was nobody by that name at that address. So for all of the individuals that you have listed in Exhibit C and are requesting be stricken from the Declaration of Candidacy of Mr. Blevins, did you check the name and the address at each and every time?
Yeah, I would check the name and the address.
So even if you found the name, but at a different address, you did not count that?
Correct.
Did you do any further research if you found the name, but a different address to verify?
Can you repeat that question again? I'm sorry.
So if you found Joe Smith at 123 Easy Street, but the address on the signature was something different, you say that person should be stricken?
Correct.
You didn't do any further research to see if Joe Smith was at a different address within the district?
Correct.
So the information and testimony and summary that you provided is if the signatures do not accurately reflect exactly what is on the voter registration, your position is that that signature should be stricken from the Declaration of Candidacy?
Yes, correct.
I have no further questions. Mr. Secretary?
Thank you. Mr. Crabtree, and thank you for your patience. It's been a long day already. I have a clarifying question for you. Do you still have exhibit, I believe it was B, in front of you? If you do, would you please go to page 24? I have a question regarding what I thought I heard your testimony to be, but I just want to make sure that that's clarified. That would be on page 24, I believe line 15 was the one that you were answering regarding. I thought that I heard you say that you could not find the street, but would you look at the street that is listed above that for several persons?
That is correct. I did notice that, yes. I remember looking at that and not finding it. I do not recall why we did not mark the other one down.
Okay, because there are multiple people on that page who appear to be registered on Fur Drive in Sand Springs, but was it your testimony that you could not find a...
I do not recall finding that street, yeah. And there were several names and several streets and stuff that we went through, so I apologize if my memory is short-term on that.
I just wanted to clarify that. And then regarding Exhibit C, which is the spreadsheet that you put together, and again, this is just to help me understand. So the very first section of that you went over is labeled cannot verify due to discrepancies in address. And I believe, I recall that your testimony was that these are individuals where you could find a name, but you could not find them registered at the address listed on the petition.
Correct.
Okay. And then would you look at the last section there, which is actually on the second, it starts on the second page, and this is the largest number of names that you went through, that it says, cannot find person who signed petition on election board file. But, in my question, I just want to understand this, because there were several of these, I made notes, where you didn't say you couldn't find them in the voter file from the election data warehouse. You testified that you could not find them at that address. So if that was the case, if you couldn't find them at the address, should it have been in the first section?
Yes, there were some that should be in that first section, correct.
Okay, and that was just for my own edification. I wanted to understand. Madam Chair, I have no further questions.
Thank you. I think it's important that the board understand exactly what is presented in this, and it was a lot of information, a lot of different categories. I wanted to ask, based on your testimony, is my understanding that there are two signatures that you initially challenged through your testimony that you agree should remain on the Declaration of Candidacy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you for accommodating us. Mr. Blevins, cross-examination.
Thank you. Just want to line the first question.
Excuse me?
Sorry. My first question is, what statute are you checking these signatures under?
Was not checking under any statute. I'm not an attorney.
And the statute? The challenge was brought up under statute 26-5-112. That somewhere. Would you mind reading that for me?
You want me to read the whole thing?
The whole statute, just.
Which one, sir?
I'm sorry, I have never done this before, so, 26-5-112.
It says Oklahoma Statutes -26-5-112, a petition supporting a candidate's filing signed by not fewer than 2% of the number of registered voters in the district, county, or state as appropriate for the office sought.
And per the challenge, that number would be 483. The number of registered voters?
Correct.
It's the number of registered voters?
The number of registered voters.
But per that statute, it does not say that the voter actually has to be registered within the district, it doesn't say the signature has to be of a registered voter.
The statute says a petition supporting a candidate's filing signed by not fewer than 2% of the number of registered voters in the district, county, or state as appropriate for the office sought.
So 2% of the registered voters in District 66 would be 43.
Correct.
But per that statute, the signatures do not have to be of a registered voter or of District 66.
I believe the statute says the number of registered voters in the district.
Mr. Powell,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Powell, will you please step away from the podium and allow the cross-examination to continue, please?
So that'd be,
Can you repeat your question again?
it specifies that it just has to be a signature, and it is based upon the number of registered voters.
Again, it says the petition supporting the candidates filed and signed by not fewer than 2% of the number of registered voters in the district.
Okay. That doesn't specify the signature has to be able to be validated as a registered voter within the district.
Objection, asked and answered.
Do you have a response? Do you have a response?
Just wondering if that's how he reads it.
I understand. He has objected that you've already asked that question, but he's already answered that question. Do you have a response to the objection?
Like I said, I asked it more than once, I'm sorry.
Counsel, you want to rule on the objection?
Will you please rephrase your question for the gentleman?
Per the statute, does the signature have to be verifiable in the district or even as a registered voter?
If you're asking me if this statute states in there that this has to be verified, no, it does not state that this has to be verified.
Okay, thank you. So if we go back to almost like I'm nervous up there or something. Your list of signatures that you're challenging, there was 85 total, correct?
Correct.
And we have identified David Duval as not being, actually being counted on that list, where the number 85 should be reduced to 84.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of the duplicates on the list?
The only duplicate that I noticed was the Kathy Pfeiffer, where it was locked out and then she re-signed.
The duplicates on your challenge, on your accomplishments, on Exhibit C, I believe. Page 26, line 9, appears one more twice. Once and they cannot be verified due to discrepancies.
Mr. Blevins, what exhibit are you looking at, please?
Exhibit C.
And what page?
It'd be the first, well, they're duplicates, so there's one on the first page.
What line?
It's going to be, the first one would be page, it's on the first page, it's the line that says page 26, line 9.
For Trey Belden?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is also showed in the well-defined.
What page?
That would be the fourth page, second line down.
Thank you. Do you have a question for the witness?
I was just, are you aware that there are some duplicates on there?
I am aware of those.
Yes, the 85 should be
Gentlemen, you have
reduced.
got to let each other finish talking before you interrupt each other. So please, one at a time, the court reporter needs that so that she can get an accurate record.
If I may, we are willing to concede that, to make this easier for the whole process. Trey Belden
Terrell Willis and Jordan Hooker appear on this list twice. So we would concede that that number of 85 minus the one that we'd already mentioned previously should now be 81.
So if we look at the last page of Exhibit C, the second line, you have it as page 26, line 9, Trey Belden. Are you conceding to striking that particular name off your challenge list?
I'm not conceding to removing the name. I'm conceding that we have that name on here twice.
So which one do you want to strike? The one on page 4 or the other page where Trey Belden appears?
I think that we have a challenge either way under either one. So I suppose for ease, I'm working off of the final page where the name's Trey Belden, 26 line 9, 29 line 13, and page 36 line 4. Those three names we will concede are on there twice.
Plus the David Duvall that was earlier testified to?
Agreed. So our number is no longer 85, it is now 81.
Do you agree with that number, Mr. Blevins?
I do.
Thank you. You may continue.
Page Exhibit B, page 24. It's the wrong page. Find this. Page 8, so it'll be page 7. So page 8 you have Shannon Neal at 901 North McKinley. Yes. And you have that one highlighted? Yes.
Ms. Rollins, excuse me, what page? You're in Exhibit B.
Exhibit B, page 8.
Please don't interrupt, because the court reporter is taking this down. So, page 8, what line?
Line 1.
Thank you. You may continue.
And that's one of them that you're contesting? Yes. All right. If you go back a page to page 7. Line 13. You also have that one highlighted? Is that one being contested or not? Yes. Where was that one at? On the contest.
I do not see it on Exhibit C.
So I didn't know if you could find the husband but couldn't find the wife on that one, or just couldn't verify one or the other.
Again, I don't see it on Exhibit C. I'm trying to recall. I don't recall. I apologize.
Okay.
If, someone has signed the petition, has voted in the precinct, especially around the time of the signature, would that, you think they should be allowed to stay on, or would they be kicked off at that point?
Can you re-say your question again? I'm not following along with.
Sir?
Yes.
If there is an objection to be made, the appropriate person to make that objection is your attorney and not you. So if you don't understand the question, you can ask him to repeat it. If there's an objection to be made, that will come from Mr. Farad.
Thank you. Could you repeat your question?
If a person votes inside the district and the signature is collected inside the district, is that a valid signature per your determination?
I'm trying to follow along. I don't know if they voted or not. Again, I'm just going off of what's off the petition.
There are several of these signatures I got during the primary outside of the polling place, well outside 300 feet, don't worry. And they're all the ones on March 5th.
Okay, can you just ask the question to, you can make your argument when it's time, appropriate time, or if you want to testify on your behalf, you can address the board. But let's just ask this particular witnesses on cross-examination at this point, please.
Okay. Are voters that vote inside the district, even though they might live slightly outside, would that be, how would you classify that one?
Again, I'm working off of what is on the petition. Anything outside of that, I can't answer to.
And to specify again, you were working from the copies.
That was provided to me, correct.
I commend you on that because those are hard to read. Even on the bigger sheet, that's a very small space to write in, and I had several complaints on that. I had to inform them that was not my fault, but I commend you for the diligence you did to if someone was able to go through that and find the voter's name and, that they were registered to vote, would that be enough sufficient evidence for you to say that name should be stricken from your list of contested?
Again, we tried our hardest to work through the list and work through the warehouse file, House District 66. If we missed something and somebody corrected and found that, yes, then you could strike it from the list.
About how long did you guys take?
It was about 20 hours.
About 20 hours?
Yeah.
That sounds about right. It's sometimes hard going through that. I don't know. And as far as you found, the David Duval signature that we're going to allow was the only one that was outside the district?
Correct.
Okay. There are a few, go to page 2 of Exhibit C. There's the page 7-6, P.L. Phil, can't read last name. Is there a reason that one wasn't eligible?
It might have gotten put in the wrong category.
Okay.
I will acknowledge it should be in the other one.
Did you count the signatures as well?
Yes.
And there was four, what was the number?
For the total petition,
For the total petition, yes.
528.
528. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blevins. Mr. Farrar, do you have any questions based on cross-examination or any of the questions that were propounded by the board or the secretary?
I do, just that it won't take very long. Mr. Kraft, you were asked about Title 26, Section 5-112. I believe you still have that item in front of you. Do you still have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were asked, I believe that the question that the contestee, I'm sorry, I don't think the word contestee very well, I almost called him the defendant, but I believe that the contestee was trying to ask your views on whether or not that number of 2% was required to live in the district, or if they could have signatories from outside of the district. Do you believe that a signatory must live in the district?
Yes, I believe that.
Okay. You were also asked a question by the board about due diligence, about what steps did you take to try to locate these people outside of the database. Is there another way that you should be looking for these other than trying to verify them off the database?
Not that I'm aware of. We went off of the voter file from the election board. I mean, House District 6.
Sorry. So the voter file, the election data warehouse, is the official source of this information, correct?
I would believe that correct, yes.
Okay. Is there some other place where you should be looking?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Let me ask as well, and I'm just going to pick a random page. I'm on page 24 of the petition in Exhibit B. And along the top of the columns before people sign their name and their information on there, it says voter's name. How are you supposed to find the voter's name if they don't put the name that they're registered with?
Can you ask me that question? Can you repeat that question more? I'm sorry.
If they don't place their name on this petition to verify who they are, how do you verify who they are if they don't put the name that they are registered with?
I can't verify them.
Okay. Same question about address. If they don't put the address that they're registered at, how can you verify them?
I can't verify them.
However, you did, go through on all of these names and verify that they weren't somewhere else, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you. Oh, pardon me. I may have one more. One additional question. Above the voter signature, voter's name, voter street address, is there a requirement there on the page that someone is to certify they're a registered voter in the state of Oklahoma in the above named county and above named district?
I believe it says that the individual that are signing that they are certifying that they are who they say are. They are.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the board, any board member have another question based on any of the subsequent questions? Anything you'd like to ask? Secretary Zierk, any further questions? Council? Dr. Malden?
Let me ask the contestee a couple of things. Do you take the position that since you have a petition with 528 names, do you take the position that there are at least 483 of that list that would meet the expectations of using your process that you chose, which is to use the petition to file.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to, is that your presentation, Mr. Farrar?
Madam Chair, based on potential evidence we're about to receive for the other side, I would like to retain him as a rebuttal witness, but I'm disposed of him at this time.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Blevins and Mr. Farrar. So the exhibit that I've received from the petitioner, which is Petitioner's Exhibit B, to me is a copy of a copy. It's been copied a lot and it's difficult to read. And what I would like to do, if you would both agree, is to put in to evidence as the board's Exhibit 1 the actual original copy. This is a direct copy of the original petition with the signatures, which to me is much more clear to read and would assist the board better in making any factual determinations. Do you have any objection to this?
I have no objection.
Mr. Blevins, do you have any objection?
No objection.
Okay, so I will mark this original as the board's Exhibit number 1. And show that it has been admitted into evidence without objection or by stipulation of the parties. Thank you for that. I will note for the record that the format of this particular exhibit, the state election board Exhibit 1, is different than the copies that were provided because of how they were pulled out of the database. Both of you will receive a copy of this and have the opportunity to review it. If you have any issues, you can bring them to the board's attention and we will address them at that time. Is that fair?
That's fine, thank you.
Mr. Blevins, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, thank you. All right, at this time, Mr. Blevins, I would ask that the petitioner is rested, correct?
Yes, we have.
And now the case shifts to you to put on your case in chief and present your case to the board.
Okay.
So my candidacy is being challenged due to 26-5-112.
Mr. Blevins, if I may, are you going to call witnesses other than yourself?
Yeah, I can call witnesses. Do I try to do that now?
You can present yourself through a statement if you plan on calling yourself, or you can present another witness. I just want it to be clear on the record because we're not yet to closing arguments. So if you want to present, Mr. Farrar, I'm not sure how you want to do this. Are you agreeable to allowing him to make a narrative since he is pro se, or do you want him to ask himself a question and answer the question? How do you wish to proceed?
I'll do it in the microphone. Madam Chair, the rules of ethics require when you're dealing with a pro se opponent to provide great latitude. That's my way of interpreting them. So I'm comfortable with providing latitude here. That doesn't mean I won't object at times, but I'm accepting of however he's willing to present his case, so long as when it comes my opportunity to cross, if he is considering himself a witness, that I have that opportunity to cross those portions.
I think that's fair, and you will be allowed opportunity to object. So if you will tell me, for purposes of the record, are you going to present your testimony at this time?
No, can I call a witness?
Absolutely.
Can I call Chris Powell?
Yes, Mr. Powell, if you will come to the witness chair and state your name, spell your first and last name, and then we will swear you in. Please state your name, spelling first and last name for the record.
My name is Chris Powell, C-H-R-I-S-P-O-W-E-L-L.
Mr. Powell, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm upon penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Madam Chair, the witness is sworn.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Robbins.
Mr. Powell, what is your interest in this case?
Well, I am the current chair of the Oklahoma Libertarian Party, and you as a candidate in this in the registration running under the Libertarian label, and I also have a great deal of interest in elections in general. So,
during this process, did you have a petition?
I did. There were several volunteers, and we were instructed by you as the candidate to primarily to work door to door, gathering signatures in the district.
And was there any other specifications that whenever helping with the volunteers that I told them to ask whenever?
Yes, we were instructed that the people who signed needed to be registered voters, and so we should make sure that ask people willing to sign that was the case before we had them sign the petition.
Okay. And have you done previous petitions?
I have. Earlier this year, I carried out a successful petition to get Libertarian candidates on the presidential primary ballot for the first time in Oklahoma, and and that was carried out in similar fashion because of who the statute for that is much more specific than the statute for state candidates as far as what it requires. And we could only get signatures from people who could vote in that primary, registered libertarians. So rather than, it was a very specific, the specifications were such that it was a lot more specific than just a number representing a percentage of the number of voters in a district.
Okay. Have you ever used the voter files, the voter data files?
Yes, I have used those extensively. As in my role with the party and in supporting candidates and in various other projects. As a candidate for office myself, I have used the voter data files from the state election board files. Again, extensively is the word that I would use.
Is it a fairly easy process when finding registered voters?
Well, if you're looking for a general group of registered voters, then yes, the website where you can download information has a lot of tools, so you can get just the group of voters that you want. But an individual voter, if you're trying to verify, or even locate an individual voter, there can be a lot of complications to that. People move, they change their name, they do all kinds of different things. The gentleman that was here earlier today, Mr. Rogers, is a fine example of how people have lives and things happen. So It is not, maybe once upon a time, most people stayed in the same place for decades and decades with the same name, but it's not that way anymore. It can be very difficult to find people.
And even in the case where they do have the same name, same address, have you ever had difficulties finding, say, a registered libertarian for party purposes that you absolutely know is registered and...
I can say that I have had instances where I know somebody should be in a certain place and they're not. One of the things that we have in Oklahoma is we have a state law that allows some people to have their name not appear on the public voter roll. So that is, that's an instance why you might not be able to find somebody. And I don't have any idea how many people fit that criteria. I know some people who personally are in that category. It's law enforcement, it's victims of crimes. I'm not sure of the other categories that might. It's not going to be a majority of people by any means, but there are people out there who fall into that bucket.
So it's not a just quick, you can find right offhand, even if you have the correct and a printed out version, say, of the name or the address. It's still not a quick, easy process.
I would say with most people, it is. Most people are who they are, where you expect them to be. But it is by no means all. There's going to be a lot of people who, for various reasons, are going to be, they haven't changed their registration yet. They haven't changed their name on their voter registration. It's not like your tag where you get pulled over if you don't update it. It's it's something that a lot of people don't do just right away.
So, say you just have a specific, or a rounded number like 500 signatures. How long would you think it would take to go through all of those, just given man hours?
Well, that depends on the skill level and expertise of the people doing it, and not everybody. People who don't do that frequently are going to have a hard time of it. Genealogy is a long-standing hobby of mine that involves looking at a lot of records. It involves deciphering handwriting. I have 30 years of skills developed doing that, searching through records, matching names, finding where the name's changed, or somebody's not at the address where they're supposed to be. In the past and more recent, because even more recent records are can be very useful. Somebody who doesn't do that is going to have, who doesn't have that kind of experience, they're going to run into some problems. And no matter how much experience you have, there will be people that you can't find that were there, and you just can't find them.
Okay. And when this challenge came about, you were able to assist me with locating some of the names on the contest on Exhibit C, correct?
Yes, and an exhibit was prepared that I think you need to explain to the board.
So, Exhibit 1C.
I would just admonish the witness to allow Mr. Blevins to advocate for himself. That would be an appropriate commentary for you from the witness stand. He has shown that he's fully capable of advocating for himself and representing himself.
I will ask you, and then I will. Going through the data of Exhibit C and looking for yourself and with my help, is there a number of signatures that you were able to verify that were actually registered voters?
Yes.
Do you remember that number?
I believe the number that we came to was 47.
I went to Exhibit C1.
for clarification, what does the fourth number 47 represent, please?
That's the voter.
I'm addressing that to the witness.
The 47 individuals that had signed the petition and were challenged by the petitioners, and I was able to locate a record of them as a registered voter.
Everybody has the Exhibit C1?
Madam Chair, I'm going to object that the foundation hasn't been laid, or that the basis, the statement was made from the witness that he was able through a database to verify. There hasn't been a foundation for what that database is, what it was, any of those things.
Sure. Mr. Blevins, I didn't hear you offer this as an exhibit at this point in time, regardless of whether you have offered it or not, and I missed it. You need to lay an appropriate foundation with this witness as to the truth and accuracy of this document, how this document, where it came from, how it was accumulated, and then if you wish to offer it after that testimony has been laid out, I will allow Mr. Ferrari to make an objection, and then we will rule accordingly.
Mr. Powell, what database did you go through to collect the information on this?
So what I did was I went through the list that we received Tuesday evening on what is now called Exhibit C, and I looked at each of those entries. I used a lot of internet tools and databases to ascertain if I could, clarify a name that was illegible, or perhaps locate a different address that an individual might be at. And then it would also, and what I used to verify that information was the Oklahoma voter portal, which draws from the voter file. And so I had to develop three pieces of information: a legal first name, a legal last name, and a date of birth in order to utilize that. And so I went through that, a lot of different resources to be able to generate that, and then to verify that, I would enter that information into the Oklahoma voter portal and get the return from which I could get the voter ID number. Now, as you're probably aware, that information does not provide an address on that when you utilize that. So, I could frequently tell that they were at a different address than what they had put down. And if I had an indication of that, then I would make a note of that on this spreadsheet. But the key piece of information is, if you look at it, it's the name of the voter, that's the legal name, the page and line from Exhibit C, where that name appears, the voter ID number, which I was able to ascertain and match to that person. And then some additional notes on that of whether it was marked ineligible, if they appeared to be at a different address, if the name was misread, things of that nature. So I was able to produce these 47 names that appear to be registered voters that had signed the petition that were being challenged.
Just to keep the record clear, you are referring to Exhibit C,
Yes.
got several references. However, the exhibit that has been handed to you is labeled for identification purposes as Contest Exhibit 1. The Exhibit C that you are referring to is the petitioner's Exhibit C.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Likewise, this page and line number, did you adopt the petitioner's?
Yes.
Let me finish my question.
I'm sorry.
Did you
I'm sorry.
adopt the petitioner's Exhibit C page and line number in your summary of testimony that you presented?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is now the proper time to submit?
Are you offering Contest Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Mr. Pratt?
I'm going to object, but I'm objecting on the basis, A, of there's no I'm going to object, Madam Chair, on the basis that they testify that internet tools generically were used to begin this search. We don't have any evidence of what those internet tools are on this. We also don't have evidence of what legislative district was discovered, if any, at all. I don't know that this list, I mean, there's certain other things that I can do on cross and ask questions, but I don't think that there's enough substance to enter this into the record.
Do you have a response, Mr. Blevins?
The main way we figured these out was the Oklahoma voter portal.
Okay.
And
What I'm going to do, in light of the objection, is allow this exhibit as a summary of this witness's testimony. You may cross-examine however you feel appropriate on this, and then the board will give it the appropriate weight at the time when we render a decision.
I understand.
With that, exhibit, or contestees, excuse me, contestees Exhibit 1 is admitted as a summary of the witness's testimony. You may continue, Mr. Blevins.
Do you know that the information on Exhibit 1 here is complete and accurate, and to the best of your knowledge, that every one of these is a registered voter in Oklahoma? Yes. And do you believe that even with as long as you took looking at this, there are some of those that we could have missed that are still registered voters in Oklahoma? Oh, undoubtedly. And, I mean, you could probably literally go through that portal for days and miss one somewhere. More than that, sure. So, do you think that there are, 81 signatures that would be invalidated if you took enough time to go through the voter portal and do your absolute due diligence in finding those voters?
That's speculative, obviously, but I would say that the overwhelming majority would be found to be registered voters.
In your time petitioning, you do have to go through the statutes on petitioning, and as you stated, that some are more in depth than others. Would you say that this petition leaves a fairly wide open, the ability fairly wide open on what the number of registered voters is, as far as, let me rephrase that. In reading the several statutes on petitioning, is it often you find that if it has to be a registered voter in the district, it is on the statute?
Well, I would say that in looking at the statutes for, such as initiatives or for the presidential primary, it is very specifically that it is a registered voter with, or qualified elector with certain qualifications. Whereas, and this was a change in 2018 when they last changed this law. It was previously more specific, but when they made that change in 2018, it just said a number of, signatures of a number of the number of registered voters. So that is very vague wording, in my opinion. Not that I have legal qualifications to speak to.
Per the statute of 26.5.120, the said petitioner alleges the contestee is not qualified by law. Would there be any law that you think of that would not allow me to be a candidate?
Well, nothing in the petition challenges qualifications. Everything appears to be in order as far as the qualifications. The challenge is regarding the petition, which was accepted at face value by the Secretary of State, or Secretary of the Election Board. To me, if it's accepted at face value, I mean, it would be the same as accepting a cashier's check at face value. It's not impossible for somebody to print up a very convincing looking fake cashier's check, and if they came in at Friday evening, the person who did that, they would be able to get the Secretary of the State Election Board perhaps to accept that as at face value and not find out until later. And I'm not sure that the law has a provision for challenging that. There's a requirement to accept it at face value. So, obviously, I don't think there's any alleging of any fraud or any underhandedness with the signatures that were submitted, but my reading of the law would be that they have to be accepted at face value.
I think that concludes my questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Blevins. At this time, Mr. Ferrari, you may cross-examine the witness.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon. So let me start with your final answer. Are you saying that there is no right to challenge the candidacy of somebody who submits petitions?
I think that that it has to be accepted at face value. Barring something like fraud or something like that, that would be criminally actionable. That seems to me to be what the law says. So I mean, I don't know that that's the way that I would have written the law, but it seems to me that that's what it says.
So are you saying that the challenge brought forth by the representative is improper?
I don't think that there is a basis in the law as it's written for that to be the case.
Has the gentleman that you are here with as a witness today moved for any motion to dismiss, to your knowledge?
As a pro se, no, I don't believe he has.
Has he challenged the validity of this process thus far?
Again, acting as a pro se, I don't believe he has.
Okay. You made a comment during your testimony about protective orders. Do you have any familiarity or knowledge to believe that any of the 81 that the representative alleges have a protective order on their voter registration?
I would have no specific knowledge, and I shouldn't really have any specific knowledge of any of those particular instances.
Okay.
As a member of the general public.
Counsel, just for clarification on the record, when you refer to the term protective order, what are you referring to?
Sure, let me clarify that. And I may not be using the specifically correct term, but there are certain people for the protection of themselves, whether it be under a victim protective order or other things, they may have, by, I believe, requesting to the Attorney General's office, they may have their name removed from public record so that they're unsearchable. In fact, there was even a public candidate for office at one point that had this issue a few years ago. Their name could not be released to the public, or their address could not be released to the public. There was a conversation during the last exchange about this issue, and the witness had suggested that there's just some people you can't find in the system because their names are protected.
Thank you.
You talked a lot about voter registration and about how you were looking for people that were registered. Were you able to find any specific record on your Exhibit 1 that you're advancing that these people live specifically in District 66? Does it? I'm sorry.
Well, I would point to some that I can speak to specifically would be like Esther Carpenter, which is about 2/3 of the way down. It's page 18, line 6. Somehow it appeared to me, as I recall, that somehow the people working on the challenge misread the name, and so I was able to find the correct name, and through other I did have a copy of the data file of data files from that had been downloaded from the data warehouse election information, and so I was able to verify that she was at the address, which surprised me because of how closely their misspelling was to her actual name. It comes to mind because I was surprised that they didn't find that one.
Okay, so again, let me re-ask the question. Other than Esther Carpenter, did you find any of these people in House District 66? Because it does not appear on your record.
They were all verified as registered voters. I think, if I recall correctly, in going through the ones that were marked as illegible, most of those appeared at the address that they had listed, which the signatures were all gathered within the district, so that would have been within the district.
Because somebody was in the district when they signed this, does that mean that they live and reside in the district?
If you find them at their home, I would think usually yes. I mean,
you talked about internet tools.
Mm-hmm.
And you apparently somehow went about the task of finding dates of birth for these folks. Let's go back to my Exhibit B, which I'm happy to put in front of you. Is there a listed date of birth there on any of those?
No.
Is there a way to verify date of birth on any of those?
Counsel, what exhibit, please?
Yeah. I'm sorry, my Exhibit B?
So Petitioner Exhibit B. Thank you.
If you find a name and an address associated, and then are able to marry up a date of birth with that information, then, well, to answer your question as far as this goes, no.
No, there is no way on that item to look up, to find somebody's date of birth, is that correct?
Not from this petition itself.
What are the again, you talked about internet tools, talk about those internet tools. What are those internet tools that you use?
Well, one of them is it's called OK to Explore, which is from the State Health Department, and it is an index where you can look up dates of birth and dates of death for people born in Oklahoma. Many other states have similar tools. Again, as somebody who is genealogy has long been a hobby of mine. Finding the right person is, can be very difficult. I didn't find everybody or even anywhere close to what was on your Exhibit C, but I found people that I'm confident that that's who they are, and through that's one tool. There's other tools that can be used for that, other databases. Ancestry.com is a website that I use frequently. There's too many to list, really.
Okay. Did you, when you were able to find these people and enter their information, including their name, date of birth, everything like that, did you notice the box on the website that I believe says, "This is me"? Like, don't you have to verify yourself? You can't just look in the election board's website and search whomever. Is that not correct?
Perhaps I have not noticed it, but I would say that those files are drawn from the Oklahoma voter rolls that are public record, and to me it appears like just a different way of going about the information. If you're going to try to change anything, or there are measures in place where you have to enter additional personal information, such as your driver's license number or social security number, to be able to alter anything with that record. The election board has done a very good job of making sure that not just anybody can get in there.
On this list, you have this list of individuals. Did you verify with any of these people? Do you have any testimony from them or any evidence from them that says yes, that they did actually sign this petition and they live in District 66?
I did not. It simply wasn't possible to go through after the fact and do that. But some of these are individuals where I was the petitioner that gathered their signature. So I talked to them at their home, and they signed it in front of me at their home.
These specific people?
Well, not everybody on the list, but some of these I did gather myself.
Okay. I don't think I have any further questions at this time.
All right, at this time, I will take any questions from the board members. Dr. Malvin?
I have a couple questions for you. And I may have missed it, but on your Exhibit C, these are registered voters. Are they also in District 66, or are they outside, some inside, some outside of District 66?
The only thing I was producing here was whether they were a registered voter.
Okay. How long did it take you to work on this Exhibit C?
I probably spent 10, 12 hours on it.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you.
Ms. Whalen, for clarification, your questions refer to Contestee's Exhibit 1?
Exhibit 1, sorry, C, Exhibit 1.
Yes, that is correct. See Exhibit 1. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, so I have some questions for you. Did you assist Mr. Blevins in obtaining the signatures that are found on his petition?
Yes.
Did you personally help him obtain the signatures that appear on his petition?
I went to the district and with my clipboard and went and knocked on doors and got signatures, yes.
Did anyone other than you assist Mr. Blevins in obtaining signatures?
I believe there were, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 5 other people that also assisted, and of course he did the bulk of the work himself.
Pardon me?
He did the bulk of the work himself.
So did you in any way train or instruct or give directions to Mr. Blevins or any of the other individuals that went door to door to collect signatures?
I believe that I have talked about, in my role as state party chair, I've talked about petitioning and how to go about it. I don't believe that I talked with Mr. Blevins about the process, but I did not instruct any of the other volunteers personally, specifically in regard to this effort.
At any point in time, did you hear Mr. Blevins speaking with any of the volunteers about how they should go about obtaining signatures for his petition?
I did not.
When you personally what percentage of the signatures that were collected do you attribute to yourself roughly?
I believe that my portion of it was 36 signatures.
And when you obtained those 36 signatures, tell the board how you would go about getting a signature.
Well, I would go to an area in the district. I would knock doors in that area, and when people answered, I would explain that I'm gathering signatures for Mr. Blevins to be a candidate for House District 66, and that we need registered voters to sign the petition, and would you please sign?
When you would tell the individual that you need registered voters, did you specify that you needed registered voters within the district?
I don't know that it would, discussion of the district would usually, well, it would always take place because I would say that he's running for House District 66. That they would need to be registered voters. But did I specifically say in every instance, because I was talking to people on their doorstep, you must be a registered voter in House District 66? I don't think I could say that I used that exact phrase in every instance. I will say that my experience with voters is that my experience with voters is that their registration may not match their home address for years at a time. I've run into a number of people in that situation. People don't, in hearings like this, the assumption is that everybody should do everything exactly according to the law immediately all the time, and people just aren't like that.
Did you only canvass within the district?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me. Where did you obtain the database, excuse me, that you compared the signatures to?
Well, I use
Let me ask you a different question.
Okay.
You act as if you weren't clear on the question. Contest is Exhibit 1. How did you come up with this information?
So after ascertaining a first name and last name and date of birth, I would check that at the Oklahoma voter portal. And if you enter something that doesn't match a record to bring something up, it doesn't bring anything up.
Can I have a motion for a quick,
Madam Chairman, I move we recess for 5 minutes.
Second.
motion and second, can we get a vote, please?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden? Ms. Langley?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0, Leader. Reconvene at this time.
So moved.
We have a second.
I second.
We have a motion and a second to reconvene. Will clerk call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Powell is asking you some questions regarding contestees exhibit number 1. You were asked on cross-examination about whether this was a proper procedure if a candidate wanted to challenge signatures. And I believe your answer was it was not. Is that correct?
My reading of the law,
Yes or no?
yes.
Okay. So how would you propose a candidate challenge signatures that did not appear to be registered voters or to be accurate?
Well, if the law was such that it was more specific as far as requiring, the requirements for voters, similar to the initiative petition or the presidential primary petition, those statutes, that seems to fall more upon giving the Secretary of the State Election Board more authority to verify those signatures.
Okay, I appreciate that, but that is not where we are with the law. Under the current law, how do you propose a candidate challenge the signatures of an opponent? What procedure is there other than a contest of candidacy?
Well, if the signatures are if there appears to be fraud, then I think that would be criminally prosecutable.
Can you give this board another mechanism for a candidate to challenge the validity of signatures on a petition other than a contest of candidacy?
I'm not sure how that would be done.
What were the data points, if any, that you cross-referenced in coming up with the contestees exhibit number 1?
Well, the name and the address, and those those are really the only things that are there, and so matching those things up and ascertaining a date of birth to go with it so that it could be verified through the to generate the voter ID number.
Do you consider yourself to be a handwriting expert?
I can't claim to have any kind of a certification, but I consider myself to be, after having looked at probably hundreds, if not thousands, of census records over the years and other handwritten records, I'm very confident in my abilities.
Is it your sworn testimony to this board that if we take your contestee exhibit number 1 and compare it to House District 66 database that appears on Petitioner's Exhibit A, that all of these names in contestee exhibit number 1 will in fact appear on that database pulled from House District 66?
I don't think that they would necessarily, for a couple of different reasons. One is that, as we discussed earlier, there are some people who are not in the database. I would also say that I wasn't focused on finding an address. I was focused on finding that a person was a registered voter. So it may well be that a significant number are not in the district, but that is not what is specified on.
I'm not asking you that, sir. I'm asking you about this exhibit. So you agree with me that looking at the face of your exhibit, there is no way to determine whether the individuals that you listed on contestee exhibit 1 actually, in fact, live in House District 66. Is that correct? Yes or no?
with all due respect, I don't think yes or no adequately answers that.
I have no further questions, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Powell, good afternoon. Thanks for your patience. Do you have with you Petitioner's Exhibit B? Do you have that handy with you there?
I do not.
Okay. Actually, I'll tell you what, can one of the council over there share State Election Board Exhibit 1? That's a bit of a cleaner copy.
With the witness?
Yes, with the witness. I'm going to ask a question about that. So at the bottom right, does that say State Election Board Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me at the bottom of the page who witnessed and signed the first page of that petition page?
That's me.
Okay. Directly above your name and signature, there's an arrow with a notice to circulator. Would you please read that notice?
Only registered voters of the above named county and district, if applicable, may sign this petition page.
Okay. And then another thing on that very same page, right above the candidate's name and party affiliation, there's information there for the persons signing the petition. Can you read that? It starts with I by signing this petition. Would you read that for the record, please?
I, by signing this petition, ask the Secretary of the State Election Board to accept a declaration of candidacy from the person named above as a candidate for the legislative offices listed above. I, by signing this petition, certify that I'm a registered voter in the state of Oklahoma in the above named county, above named district, of applicable on that. My name, address, and date of signing this petition are as follows.
And on the, just after the candidate's name and party at the top, is there a title of office sought and district number listed there?
State Representative, District 66.
So, to the best of your knowledge, as the circulator, do you believe that the people who you circulated the petition to are registered voters within State Representative District 66?
Yes. I found them at their home and asked them to sign as registered voters.
Very well, thank you. I have no further questions.
Counsel for the board, Assistant Attorney General, anything?
No questions.
Any further questions from the board? Mr. Farad, Mr. Blevins, anything further for this witness?
Mr. Powell, after going through for hours the voter registrations and finding these signatures on Exhibit 1, would you think it'd be proper to have these signatures removed from Exhibit C? The names on these signatures, would that be proper? Do you think that there would be enough evidence to remove these signatures from the number on Exhibit C?
In my view, it is the role of the person challenging, of the party challenging, to prove that these individuals are not, that these signatures are not acceptable. In my view, that burden has not been met in this case, and I would count them toward the total if it were up to me.
Can I make a motion to remove the names on contested Exhibit 1 from the number of contested signatures?
I think that request would be more proper and more properly presented in your closing statement.
Okay.
Or closing argument. Do you have any, are you finished with this particular witness?
I believe so.
Mr. Crotty, did you have anything based off that question?
I do.
All right. Sir, you may be excused. Thank you. Do you have any further witnesses or evidence that you would like to present at this time, Mr. Blevins?
No further witnesses. I do have a question, and opposing counsel actually brought this up, the fact that I hadn't ask for a dismissal due to,
It's not appropriate for you to ask questions of the board at this time.
okay.
Are you finished presenting your evidence for your case in chief?
I have a little bit more to go over for my, is my closing or just the, I don't have any more witnesses.
Okay. Do you have any other evidence, information, exhibits that you want to present in your case in chief? If so, let's do it. If not, then I'm going to have you rest and then we're going to move into closing argument.
I will say that doing the bulk number of the door knocking and gathering petitions, every petition I got was within District 66. And
Every signature?
every signature was within 66.
Yes. Just one moment. Are you going to testify at this point in time? Raise your right hand. We're going to go ahead and swear you in. You're not an officer of the court, so we're just going to go ahead and swear you in. Mr. Secretary.
Do you swear or affirm upon penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. He is sworn.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Glens, you may continue.
Every signature that I received, I got within the District 66. Whether or not that, there was no way for me to find out at the time of the signing if they were or not registered within. It was me taking their word for it as on the petition. The only ones I did not gather at someone's house, he was, or at a domicile, was outside of the voting precinct inside District 66 as they were exiting the precinct, as they were exiting the polling place. So, to my knowledge, that they were a registered voter within 66.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right. Do you rest at this time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Verratti might have questions of the witness.
Do you wish to cross-examine the witness?
Just two.
Okay, let's go ahead and have a seat if you would, Mr. Blevins. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blevins. Just two questions. You said that you collected all of your signatures within District 66.
Yes.
And then you followed that up by saying there was no way to find out if they were actually registered to vote within District 66. Is that correct?
At the time of taking the signature.
Yeah, okay. Now, as far as the polling site where you went, were there multiple precincts at that location?
There's 206 or 208. I cannot remember the other one at that side, but I'm at 208, so I know it's that one. And then there's one, I think, farther north towards Skytook.
Are there people at that polling site where you gathered signatures that may vote in another legislative district?
There possibly is. I'm not sure.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the board, do you have any questions for the witness?
I have one.
Dr. Malden? Ms. Lee?
Knowing what you know now, would you have paid to file, or would you go back to petition, doing the petition again?
Knowing what I know now, I would have petitioned harder. This wasn't just about getting on the ballot. This is about showing everyday people that they can be a part of this election process and be a major change in the way that we legislate and be a part of, representing themselves and, their neighborhoods and their communities. A lot of people don't have the money to. I personally, you want a $500 check, I got it. But some people don't. And to have that process of being able to go out there and put boot leather on the ground and go door to door and you meet everybody in your district, or the people in your district, you get to know your constituents a lot better. When I run again, I'll probably will petition. and I'll petition harder. If I don't get enough, if I know I don't have enough signatures, I will, probably file by check, but it's bigger than just the money part of it to me. So, I want to get on the ballot, but I want to show people that you can be a major mover in your community by trying to do whatever you can to help.
Thank you for your answer. Appreciate it.
Mr. Secretary? Counsel for the board? Assistant Attorney General? Okay, hearing none, sir, you're excused. Thank you. At this time, we will move into closing arguments. I would ask that you keep in consideration that we have spent a lot of time on your matter. We have had a lot of exhibits that we have reviewed in depth as the testimony came in, as exhibits were presented from both sides. So I don't know how long you think you need for closing argument, but what would you suggest?
I can be under 5 minutes.
5 minutes? What about you, Mr.
I
Robbins?
can be fairly quick.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, Mr. Ferrari, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's been a long day. And a lot of that's been my fault. But I'm going to let you go home here soon. How about that? Title 26, Section 5-112, says a declaration of candidacy must be accompanied by 1. A petition supporting a candidate's filing signed by not fewer than 2% of the number of registered voters in the district. Registered voters in the district. That's what we are talking about in this case. Petitioners put on the argument and provided evidence of a volume of research that showed that 81 individuals were not properly valid on the petition pages. The other side provided evidence that was insufficient. It didn't provide anything, and you heard the witness himself. The witness himself said, I can't verify that these are all in 66. That's a problem. There was no effort to put into that any evidence that showed that these people were in 66. However, Petitioner did. Petitioner went to great lengths, had 3-4 people working on this thing, and using them all to verify the information that they provided to this board through Mr. Kraft. Yes, it was our burden, and we provided that burden. However, there was no full attempt to rebut the evidence that we presented before this board today. I believe that this board should rule in favor of Petitioner. I hope that Mr. Glens comes back in the future. I don't stand up here saying that he's a bad guy or did anything wrong, other than he didn't meet the statutory requirements for you. So I think on this one, I'm asking this board to rule in favor of Petitioner, and hopefully the next time we can see Mr. Glens on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Blevins?
Every signature that I gathered was within District 66, wherever I gathered it. We have shown that at least 47 of those were found to be registered voters, and taking that number from the number that they prescribed, we give the number that we need. If we have to, I mean, we go back to the actual petition to contest candidacy in statute 26.5.21. Petition may allege that the contestee was not qualified by law to become a candidate for office in which the declaration of candidacy has been contained in their claim. The reason not appearing on the face of the petition shall be waived and not should be grounds for contest. On this petition, and per statute 26.512, it does not say that they have to be registered within District 66 on either of those counts. It's also the burden of proof by the petitioner to show that they were not registered within District 66. The fact that they could not find the voters in the short amount of time that they spent looking is not valid to prove that they were not, as we have found several, if not all, that were. I wish I would have known earlier to just ask for this case to be dismissed upon the statute, but I did not, so I'm sorry for wasting your time with that. But I look forward to hearing your verdict or your decision, and if it needs to be that you don't think that my 528 signatures met the number of the, let me read it specifically from here. No fewer, if my 528 was no fewer than 2% of the number of registered voters in the district, state, or county or state, as appropriate for office sought. If you do not think that my 528 met the number of registered voters, and not only that, were registered voters, then I am prepared to pay the fee. I mean, it's up to this council, but I know I did everything I could to get on the ballot and show people that you don't have to be rich to make a difference. You don't have to come for money or have money to throw around. You can go out and put in the work and get it done. And that's why I filed my petition. So, thank you.
One question for you. Is it your position that the signatures that were contained in your declaration of candidacy only have to be registered voters and not necessarily registered voters in a House district that you're running for?
Per the statute, they don't even have to be registered.
Okay, thank you. All right. I would like to commend both Mr. Ferretti, you've been here all day, Mr. Blevins, you both did an outstanding job, commendable performance in representing yourselves in your positions, and for that we thank you. At this time, I will entertain a motion to enter into executive session if so needed. I move that we enter into executive session at this time. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Will the clerk call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
1 second before we do that. May I check with Assistant Attorney General Ms. Warren regarding executive session?
Yes. Executive session would be proper voted on for under Section 25 OS 307B.
Madam Secretary, a possible executive session is on the agenda, so to the extent the board feels that that would be beneficial as far as deliberation, the board has that option.
Thank you, counsel. And with that, we have a duly made motion and a second. Will the clerk call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden? Aye. Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. At this time, we will move into executive session. This time I will entertain a motion to exit executive session. Ms. Lamley.
Madam Chairman, I move we exit executive session and...
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to exit executive session. It has been seconded. Will the clerk call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
This time we have exited executive session. Ms. Bailey, would you like to advise regarding executive session?
Yes, I'd like to state for the minutes that during executive session, no items were discussed that were not listed on the agenda and no action was taken.
Thank you. At this time, agenda item number 6, 4, sub 4 is possible action or vote concerning the above caption proceeding. At this time, I will entertain a motion regarding the resolution of the contest of candidacy of Kenneth Blevins, Stairs v. Blevins, cause number 2024-02.
Madam Chairman, would you like for me to remind the board the parameters of what the law is and what their vote should be?
Yes.
Or options?
Yes, counsel. I apologize. Thank you.
Board members, petitioner has the burden of proof in this contest. Petitioner must prove by the greater weight of the evidence that the contestee is not qualified by law to become a candidate for the office for which he filed a declaration of candidacy. Greater weight of the evidence means you must be persuaded, considering all the evidence in the case, that the proposition is more probably true than not true. The greater weight of the evidence does not mean the greater number of witnesses testifying to a fact, but means what seems to you more convincing and more probably true. Contest of Candidacy 2024-02 is governed by Oklahoma statutes Title 26, Section 5-112, which states in relevant part, a declaration of candidacy must be accompanied by a petition supporting a candidate's filing signed by not fewer than 2% of the number of registered voters in the district. 26 OS Section 5-117 further states that the Secretary of any election board shall accept any declaration of candidacy which the Secretary is authorized to accept such declaration which on its face shows that the candidate does not meet the qualifications to become a candidate for the office set forth as contained in Oklahoma Constitution, statutes, or resolution calling the election. Such acceptance shall entitle the candidate to have the candidate's name appear on the appropriate ballot unless the candidate withdraws candidacy according to law, or, and this is an important part, or unless a contest to said candidacy is sustained in the manner hereinafter described. In addition, Oklahoma Administrative Code Subchapter 9 concerns petitions supporting declarations of candidacy. Specifically, Oklahoma Administrative Code 230:20-9-4B states in relevant part, the Secretary of an election board who accepts a declaration of candidacy supported by a petition shall not be required to verify the signatures submitted on the petition. Any other candidate who files for the same office shall be entitled to request a copy of a petition submitted in support of the declaration of candidacy and may verify the registration information of each person who signed the petition. In the event another candidate for the same office is able to determine that a sufficient number of invalid signatures exists to render the petition insufficient, the candidate or the voter may so state in a contest of candidacy petition which may be filed as provided by law. Do any of the board members have any questions about the legal authority I just referenced before I remind you of your options as far as various different votes you may take? So then I'll remind you that if you find by the greater weight of the evidence that the contestee is not qualified to become a candidate for State Representative House District 66, you should sustain the petition and strike the contestee as a candidate from the ballot. On the other hand, if you do not find by the greater weight of the evidence that the contestee is unqualified to become a candidate for State Representative House District 66, you should deny the petition and retain the contestee as candidate on the ballot.
Thank you, council. Do any of the board members have any questions or discussions regarding the advice of the council? Hearing none, at this time I will entertain a motion regarding possible action or vote concerning Stairs versus Blevins, cause number 2024-02.
Madam Chairman.
Ms. Lang.
I move to deny the petition and retain the contestee as candidate on the ballot.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
We have a duly made motion to deny the petition and retain the contestee on the ballot. The motion has been seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Moving on to agenda item number 7, final instructions, closing comments by the Secretary of the State Election Board, Chair of the State Election Board, and Office of Attorney General. I would again like to commend everybody in your presentations today. I would also like to thank the State Election Board staff and my fellow board members and council. I know a lot of time and effort has gone into preparing for this day, and I thank everybody's preparation and professionalism. Mr. Secretary.
No comments.
No comments from the Secretary. Council, AG's office? Ms. Rogers? All right, hearing none. I will entertain a motion to adjourn at this time. Dr. Malden.
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. Ms. Lehman, do you have a second?
I will second.
It has been seconded. Will the clerk call the roll?
Ms. Klein?
Aye.
Dr. Malden?
Aye.
Ms. Lamley?
Aye.
The motion carries 3 to 0. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.